What's up, Purple Bunny Rabbit? We're live a moment ago. I turned around and then we weren't live anymore. The whole thing was completely off the screen, so that was an interesting start. Interesting. Oh, nonetheless, good morning, good morning. My coffee pot did not seem to. I don't know what happened to the water, but I put enough water in for a whole coffee pot, and I got about half a coffee pot out of that water back still. That little thing's going on right now. As soon as that's done, we'll really move on. Okay, well, that's strange. Let me try to take care of a technical difficulty as it currently has me running two live streams, but I'm not. Alright, I know how to take care of this. I hope you had a good day yesterday. I hope you're having a good morning today. I hope today, this evening, tonight. Hope it's a good time for yourself. I'll tell you, the energy out in the world is the energy going out into the world is coming through the world, experienced by people. Some chaotic stuff, man. It's not easy, not groovy stuff. People are gonna be upset these days. But I learned a long time ago that other people being upset, not my responsibility. It's not what I worked in my life. Alright, we're getting back on course. So in case you've joined just recently, I've got a couple of videos live streaming concurrently, so I'm attempting right quick to clear that off the list because I had went live right on time, and then I turned around and saw the phone, and it's completely different. The whole YouTube thing was off the screen and everything. I'm gonna give this a minute or two more to try, and we're gonna get started. Hopefully this coffee pot quits here in just a moment, and we can get started at 5:15. Well, some things you just gotta let be out of your control. So I'm gonna give this 2 more minutes or so. And if I can't succeed, well, then I'll just throw in the towel and move on forward. That's what I wound up doing in the world. Some people, I don't know, they can't get a read on me. And, well, it's because they don't know where my limits are. They don't know where my boundaries are. They don't know how much I'm going to take. And be like, I'm okay with that until I decide to change something. Yeah, I know my coffee pot sucks. Buy me a new one. Found it before. It's not that hard to find. But I found it. Go forward. I found it by accident. Oh man, there it is. Okay. What time? Views 6. Let's see. I hope I end the right one. If I end this live, I apologize. I'll go live again. But I got 2 concurrent lives going. I want to close that one. Hold on, I'm almost there. Check. Edit. No. More actions. Delete forever. I understand. Delete forever. If I go away, I'll be right back. I'll go live again. I'll be live right again. But hopefully I'm deleting the correct live because I got 2 concurrent live streams going. I don't know, my phone disconnected me from one of them, and then when I go to reconnect, anyways, details don't matter. 5:15, found the delete button, so that's good. And the coffee pot quit. Amen. Might be a little bit about a minute later, so, but hey, I call that a win. All right, let me just get this out real quick. Boom, it's gone. Got the correct one. Coffee pot's done. I think that's a good coming together. See if these ones in order. I'll get some more right in. Check out the. That's how we got it. Yes. Boom. Boom. And before we get started, we'll take a small delay when it's kind of interesting being able to tie stuff and braid stuff together. And there's one place, temple, and they were doing like a ceremonial procession of the divine around the temple, and they had a picture. The other piece was being prepared, or whatever the case was, but it was temporary. But the picture, we were using the picture to be able to just at least have their likeness represented. And they took a picture of a picture frame, and they used rope, string, tie, whatever, cord, whatever you want to call it, and they stood it up on a flat surface and stood up a picture to where they could take it over bumps and anything, and the thing didn't fall over. I was impressed. That was pretty interesting to me. I mean, like, I was like, dude, I know I could do something like that, but shit, I never seen that pulled off. And they just did that Johnny on the spot, on the fly. I was like, yo, man, you can do a lot with some good knowledge, some good wisdom, good strings. It's kind of funny because sometimes I'll be out in nature, in the woods and whatnot, and I'll find whatever I need right there on the ground. A little stick, pokey, something, but I'll be in the house, I can't find crap. I still don't know where that water went for my coffee. If you weren't here earlier, I made a whole pot of coffee. I poured a whole thing of water in there, and just a little bit less, and I got half a coffee pot of water. Where'd all the water go? should just take a breather. I almost forgot the gong altogether. Cyclins are always good to have around. Help you catch things you forget about, miss, or whatever the circumstances. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the Lord of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit, to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gathered nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide, rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bause and cause, having their wrongs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of one Vael, fight the blight this be darkened night in our right. Zekia Compaziana Compa, Zekia Compaziana Compa. Hear me all that I hear the Zekia Compaziana Compa, Zedingetia Compa, Zedingeta Anacampa. Hear me all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, go on, answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Reno Zisekio was on Putura, they had Hirusha and Jusirukai for Kutijini was Moha, Frosky, the set the toes I did to Witty Shakis and Sataman. Un Bashir Matas Wakum Bashamana Tayas, Varam Nunanina no Nurana Nina Nunanina Nunana Naran Dumbam Shimshi Shorong Nishanayan Trias Wakum Shanaya and Trias Vaha Engom Pramibron. Onde Rashita Paratno Suwagum Jatrashi Yatrashi Vara Nasvaha Ruda de Ruda de Ruda de Ruda King on the Nitron, Chong Kang Hong Hong Chong Shing Shong, on Hayaba Sharamataya Suwakum Hayaba Shomanatayas, Baha Hong Hong Hong, Onamakusono, Namahas Matavasharam Hum, who he ho, who the good Hang on Kong Kong. Onanai Maya Suwako Manaya Mayazwa E Wawi Shri Hong Kong King on Hero Kashara Parai Suwakom Jorti Chandovichi Vatispa Nunanina no Nunamina Kling on Pumping Pong on Chiarichi Patai Suwakom Shishaya Varatayas Waha Logo Onara Pasano, Suwago Manakarti, Buba Bego Bear, Bokbaria, Borg, Ubu Berongamin, Reno Sisiki, was a tour, a head Hirusha, Hinzu Port, Kutijin, was Maha, Tortugi, the Secretary, I did the two with Shakins and Asalaman, Parashukushu Baru, Gilma, Kabala Mamu, Alamo, Poco, Rabo, Balana, Barreco, Sharabak, Stanabala, Sarabak, Preku, Belu, Marshall Nebu, Apollonia, you can accompany Belu, Kuko, Kalki, Belishu, Gila, Gamboro, Gilma, Marshall, Kurisuluma, Bobo, Maruka, Taki, Sikugi, Makampra, Namrupa, Kalamus, Ukini, Vilanu, Saju, Mashinana, Sarolim, Parmaratu, Sisi, Mashinana, Aruna, Aramangi, Tuku, Rataki, Lulu, Sidor, Kinman, Gaikle, Sikor, Neneke, God, and Peru, Katina, Telaku, Panu, Tuku, Kanku, Mashkarsana, Zagari, Mashisharu, Malaba, Kakadagu, Gador, Marata, Gorbo, Moruku, Korakorius, Sorulu, Barmaskin, to Dediku game, look at Magia, Pano, Tuku, Nara, look at Magia, Pangrobishu, Sorolimun, Panatatu, Zare Mashikarano, Zulumana, Databo, Gibila, Barina, Taramadu, Daga Tuku, Mosh, Discore, Mashano, Dorsu, Mashador, Sierra, Perico, Babaras, Zupanpa, Lugalabra, Boraki, Boy, at Kingu Baradi, Waru, Pakudamu, one Kashti. We are also Ronofus, whom is found perfect before the moment of coming you. We had said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses is the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Ronofus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with a body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal nothing of you. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nakanamidakamiel Shednu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious assault over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the Jed and Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Hooty, thanks for the words divine, our will, mind, and heart belongs to you, Navarni too. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved all said our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. God is Kirimatonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Ronofus will confirm. Lady all set and Nebi Sarabi, shining bright, support our Merkava, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will, as beings of light, we now allow our Merkava to alight, arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkava protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Livitim linus kirish taxara pato marticulir to negishli via luad measure kermesh shadalus yansi and ya rator turmo girisha Isaya riaga riaga biesha jilega dupira laka Isaya royega limutukuno kemakutri litili shami yena zumria Isayena zumria riega yena zumria biesha yena zumria zilika yena zumria tupira yena zumria laka yena zumria tara yena zumria tateksi yena zumria karuba yena zumria tafsanika nish mashkaptulu tamatunu nish and kipa kimri tamatunu nish mashduk Mashmash Alvani Luta Matunu Nish Ishbar Kamikunu Luta Matunu Ina Zumria Luta Prasama Iayar Tunani Barnani Batik Bagabaez Agabaez Bagabor Akabor Bagabaez Bakapor Bagabaez Agabaez Baperik Benanim Nini Badunani Yayar Korbor Yarin by Gure Kiyak Sakaki Sag Duty Kia Soru Kikatulu Shrim Hrim Vajvagarukani Hrim Patwaha 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 Krim Hrim Vajvagarukani Hrim Patwaha Shrim Hrim Vajvagarukani Hrim Patwaha Shrim Hrim Vajvagarukani Hrim Patwaha Anushukigan Suki Shargiga Godash Romara Yeda Muru Kalamas Nikurin Garni Nabu Unix Ninku Kayash Shukmu Kutu Sian Kampasi Kia Kampakalu Barana Tarbara Shakbaragi Gimbarala Lot Baral Maskim Baralu to Barai Paparala Lotubara Alasubara Korubara or Rukubara Kekolo Barali Hitu Baralu to Soletin Nazula Din Arnazul Kigin Suladin Nazul Mula Soladin Nazul India Soladin Nazul Maskin Soladin Nazul Bare Edin Nazul Ziana Kapasi Kia Kampa Munisiksi Bare Nagis Shor Gishnu or Marsha Zigar Bare Yesi Garash Barai Gis Isharma Ziganam Zayin Dore Sharki Ukua Pardon the Goon. Dianam Dea Saral Sapito Manda Mania Party Nariana Saji Siri Sana Sani Vista Kiropan Makolo Kurulapan Katiti Hari Haravan Maya Paputer Senka Karanam Skaran Mantra Ramatra Yarnam Home Frame Rapari Kanama Home Sia Yartam Home Frame Barnava Nama Home Kari Kanam Home Rapusnetam Home from Haring Barhari Kanam Home Frame Mari Kariatam Home from Mari Yartam Home Frame Savitranam Home from Mercari Kanam Home Rapus Karanama Home from Frame Home Rhyme from Cross Ray for Sora Yana Yarnamaha parosi ayasas namaskari korvane dene opresom balam veram tesom kajayarte on kring monkeru so hong kring bang shmasha kashapia epishamush epishtia kimati norkuto limli suru orara tuku epita shunu kimamena tu inati kiri tu shunuli mutuma nakulu bluyi shunulini shunumanaku tini shunuliti shunumanaku tari terama shaluti shakashati sharushi arpushu shuti arkishurpuyushi dingarko shebu kampang kibigere gibilkeshnu mani anduru tushterani aliari umariarki ishpari yazi dingargara kampan ki moruko samito shabu barana shamturina ishpar bagi bil bagi razi aga kama nur Shariulim Kumushi Shariula Kumushi Shariuli Kumushi Shariuli Kumushi Shariuli Ter Kumushi Shariuli Kunushi Shari Yulener Kunushi Shariuli Katin Kunushi Shariu Daneli Kunulim Kutina Zomri Ali Tapasama Agamasaratu is Masarati Sharmoshili Chururu Shisalim Nutisi Animal Rabuti Shimayarabadi Dina Lati Limda Osi Kumushi Alani Mushiti Yamasarati is Masarati Bites Masaratu it's Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Keravan Shamash Kori Yamasaratu Ziki Akampapagalo Monethi Ashatavara Masaratu Bara Vishnu Klim Snarver Lamaha Samkumberari Kartamaha Lumutev Kubera Nebakoro from Privi Datu Bumi Devia Metal Lumutev Nuksekeru Mediakina Netef Saram Tari Nekite Tarn Sorkare Tekerte Sepsan Morsiri Utuksu Torata Isaroha Misanhari Yartamaha Omiam and Dry Yartamaha Quabisrop and Rom Tejus Agnaya Metan Quabisrop Nuksek Satanam Zexa Temtak Suexaka Kartek Ananeka Bike Tag now reser Depsteruna Bike Marcola Kutulu Tata Lagagni Omramanari Yartamaha Omamyamari Yartamahari Happy Yarmo Mazara Tutara Yaratan Harpi Nukabi Sekisaruna Sexer Tesek Uineke Erte Ekertana Nectar Tierta Normatuian Ginari Tiraxasong Samla Sayar Namahaum Pamarunari Namahaim Serparuna Umbaratus Lamaria Metanim said Lukim said Seki Sari Omunam Sasaruna Pavement Sepseno Duini Kupetera Mautun Rates of Zitingar and Compositing Gerkia Composum Peo Biomiam Vior Vertam Morsiri Morcola Molu Mormachu Zitingar and Compositing Gerkia Compautu Forata Kutulu Tata Laka Executi Takara Yarnu Yanela and Kis and Peo Umprim Ramarne Namaha Pramono Mumaha Omai Saratu Oblutus Raya Metan Cabranu Pacabram Cabra 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 Cabru Cabra Cabru Nebem Kit Cabrasha Cabram Pedam Raha Molu Azakuti Takala Neshratina Bumaha Josarate Sarmasati Omiko to the Psekis turned to Nuna Paramu Tepnesu with Parnator Hrim Hom Suryar Yartamaha Hrim Shrim Chandra Yartamaha Om Hrim Shrim Mangal Yartamaha Om Shrim Bambur Yartamaha Om Hrim Brahmaspati Yartamaha Om Hrim Shrim Shukra Yartamaha Om Hrim Shrim Samshana Yartamaha Om Hrim Rob Yartamaha Om Hrim Ketu Yartamaha Japkusum Karsham Kashia Pam Mahatari Tim Tamurim Sarva Papaknam Pranotius Minti Bakaram Dari Shankatu Shoram Ishuro Taraba Sambabam Namami Shisharam Shamam Shambur Mukuta Pusharam Darani Garbas Putam Vidyut Kanati Samaprabham Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamagalam Pranamamiam Priyangu Karika Sharmam Roperna Pratimam Burham Sumyam Kono Pertam Burham Pranamamiam Devanam Chari Shirnam Chakurum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Putram Trulukasham Tam Namami Priyas Patim Imankuntam Reina Labam De Yarnam Paramam Kurum Sarva Sasra Pravaktaram Bargavam Pranamamiam Nial Janas Mabasam Ravi Putram Yaman Kurajam Chacharikam Matanda Samputam Tam Namami Saneswara Matar Karvayam Mahaveryam Chandradika Vimardaram Zmikal Korbasam Putam Tam Rahum Pranamamiam Pala Shapuspasam Karasham Taraka Graha Masakam Rom Ramakom Kurom Tam Ketum Pranamamiam Om Pramam Morori Tripon Rikari Banu Shashi Purni Suta Pura Shokuru Shashukra Sharikare Uketu Sarva Graha Mama Super Parantam Kurume Sharti Om Bor Svor Om Tatsam Vitor Varnyam Barkud Vasya Diri Diorion Opratchodayat Om Tatat Swaha Hariam Tatat Swaha Nanasini Anamrasiki Asini Ananabasamangana Saya Kia Kampa Magbati Anana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kampa Yagmagia Kamagia Sagastena Kiashta Kuishna Bokuru Nabokuru Nabokuru Nabokurios Morkurios Yatrotu Yangakuya Servun Zirnabo Marciasi Fornis Campasos Hakashar Talas Kampa Nabosa Tartus Kampa Yagashia Sasha Kolamaniash Yamarkali story bari Agusheria Yarnana Yarnania Ashtapapa Marchacha Karanina Ramilo Yagia Stari Kanpa Inanas Yarma Kampa Bizarma Kampa Yaya Beziralur Mashuru Yaduria Cholur Sisikatamani Yatari Parhala Taparni Yakan Pazidin Yarudu Yakan Pazidin Yarushtu Yakan Pazishra Zera Kuzi Perudukan Yarstrakan Payan Gormas Baru Gormas Baru Yaran Goria Yaz Yarinkakan Payan Kari Yarin Goria Yarin Yazin Yarnin Yar Kanpaya Kantala Makia Tarakampa Marukumu Produce Kaliardagi Garia Mapa Warnes Maruku Yatuku Surim Sugorim Zarim Zagorim Sanagasan Bebelu Ruku Inib Kamano, we study bad. Inim Kamano, Nina Karamo, Yarduki Andara Yazi Bartu Balgu Barteriku, Pagaga Kampa Belsi Zag Barbazak Bara Noise, Liga Nushuki Gamsuki Shagega Gorash Yaramadi Guru Kalamas Nikutin Garnina Guru Nexon Gukariasha Shukmur, Vajini Prashata Solmam Jujash Bakurata Romagoni Prani Debiu Parti Prandi Arano Pratham Charasi Vishvarde Debi Karya Namaha Karya Hardi Mahamarya Urgin Deshwaring Kupsurtam Debi Parti Mekur Namaha Isarastata Diane Karde Demetricali Narnagi Marnito Nombor was Wahatas with Varniam Bartulupasia Tirmay and no Kratudayat Ipsos Coronation to Tururatato Usthora Tua Brahatabra Ungong Gangang Yengong Krong Kring Kong Bongong Shring Coop Tong Gong Gong Tong Bong Trambang Versamesum Dim Pusti Varharamar Varu Kami Barbana from Yormo Cher Namaha Rim Chum Kum Krom Haukujerke Shom Krom Shrim Shom Krom Kujerka Krom Chom Amarea Griforana no Kurasi Luxurai Yatnamaha Shum Shrim Basramedehi Suprais Vaha Krim Kali Svaha Sarvadi Samedehi Nemali Namha San King Ju Langden Zun San Ching Ju Langden Jun Malabaka Kedaglu Darmara Record Boladu Kakudamo Sari Mashikaranu Erkingu Baradimu Sari Mashikaranu Aru Kakudamo Lugaramara Record Bomalapa Kedagaru Kakudamo Sari Mashikaranu Erkingu Baradimu Aru Kakudamo Lugaramara Record Bol Malapa Kedag Namu Bagwarte Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rame Mano Rame Sasturnam Taturiya Ram Napam Varnarne Umbania Karya Namhoma Karandaria Vetatamahi Vakratundari Ateri Mahitano Danti Prajudaya Vakratunda Mahakaya Sorya Koti Samaprava Nir Koinam Kuru Medevar Sorvor Kerye Shur Sarvara Shri Guru Surasu Rajnish Mane Mukure Suror Pornura Gupor Pimoja Sujurda Kufor Chorburhi Hintaru Jori Kusumir Puvon Kumor Borburhi Vidiedo Humohe Rahu Koleson Pikorje Hanuman Gun Sikorje Karipisti Loku Jarika Ram Tutat Shali Bardamanjani Purbapan Sortna Mahamahavya Pikam Bashrangini Markini Borsumati Kesargi Kajan Varan Porage Beskaran Kundo Kuji Kesa Holt Washro Borchi Garaji Karki Borchari Kursoche Sankorsu Frankusain and Andrish Pratama Jagbarn Vidyaban Kunia teach Turan Kaushkari Bekuato Prabutari the Surbekurasya Ramla Kansita Manvasias Rekurusharan Suraj Manemukure Suraparmora Gopar Pimalja Surjorta Kufarchor Purhi Tanu Chaniki Sumero Kumor Borburhi Vidia de Humohe Rahu Kalesar Pikarje Haraman Kangun Sigarche Kartisti Loki Jargaram Tutatlir Bardama Jani Pan Surlamha Mahever Vikramba Janki Kumartini Somatica Sarangi Chanvaran Torres Subescanan Kudo Kujuki Saho Fojro Udu Borje Peroje Konde Murchore Kursos J Sankorn Subain Kusuin Dantage Pratama Hojak Ferdant Vidiam Panikuniati Chator Ramkaj Karibe Kuator Paruzari to Surbekorasha Lamakan Sitaman Basia Sukshma Ruptari Siarki Dikarba Vikar Ruptari Ranka Jarava Pimau Ruptari Aswar Sankare Ramachandra Kika Salvar de Warye Sarshivan Kajiari Sri Ragu Verhavishi Olari Ragu Parikini Bawur Barai to Mampre Pratis Sarambari Sahasparan tomorrow Yaskar de Uskar Hishri Parikant Lagar de Sakari Pramari Munesin Ratsari de Hesa Yankubor di Porcha Han Ke Kevar Kavur Karhisaki Kachan Ter Tumu Corso Grava Hin Kernaro Romliga Yeras Partene tomorrow Montrovi Barshan Manan Koswar Barie Subjan Jana Siuk Sahasa Jan Porbanula Yurkar Himadur Porjanu Prabhu Trikimilium Mahi Jarpati Ongi Karya Shurashma Hi Dorgam Karjagar Ke Jartesukam Anugraha Tumrete Ramdore Tumrakvar de Wadagia Binupasarte Sulsuklehe Tumhari Saran Tumraksharka Ukorarna Apante Shamharu Pe Tierhunlo Kanek Terkanpe Borgesar Shekarnar Hira Vera Hever Jabnarn Surnave Nasaro Hore Sapir Jabarnaran Tar Hanuman Berasankatse Hanuman Sortleve Mankaram Parchan Jam Jul Ve Suporon Tapas Vera Jakin Kekars Kotum Sarja Warmanu Arjo Koel Ve Surgiar Vijaman Porpur Ve Jaran Yuk Pataptu Anamara Air Prasian Jagar Huje Yarasar Husar Kertumraguare Asurne Kerdan Ramdu Hare Ashtaserhi Narneri Kerdata Usbordi Arnjanki Marta Ramrasi Armhora Pasasara Rohura Gupati Kerdasa Tumore Vajan Ram Kupa Vejaram Janam Ke Turkbasra Veran Kora Guber Por Jarie Janam Jaranam Hori Bar Har Yaur Diptachi Nadari Yanumat Serhi Solvi Surkari Sankar Karte Miter Sapier Josmir Hanuman Bober JJ Hariman Kosin Krip Karu Guru Dev Yarning Josar Parkari Kurki Shortehi Parti Mahasu Korki Georgia Parente Hanuman Charisa Horgia Sirki Sarki Koris Tosira Sara Hari Cheras Korje Das Hordarki Meandera Pavorne Sankar Haram God Morti Rup Ram Lakan Sargi Hardari Abasa Husu Orbu Umaharaga Vajrosi Saprasar Pajahum Pamrukination Namjarani Variamum Namatur Umim Hrim Shri Mem Glum Mem Namabagati Patali Vari Varumuki Varumuki Adartini Namarum Runtini Nama Jambejamini Nama Moe Mohini Nama Slamini Nama Salvadusa Sanam Salvesam Salva Varek Sirajak Choramukati Jiwasan Param Kurukurus Vas Sigram Vasyam Glum Tahai Taha Umasraya Pahat Swaha Ani mani mane mamane shira sharite shame shabi tasno mukuda bishabi shabi sobi shabi shai shai gini sinti shabi tarani rokama shani nebi tapantara nebi tantra shidai kurum kuri yadari shuyasha sama bori pegel iti treta rumah rishite sugini kushana pasha shudai matara shana ururu kashara shara shataya para manaya thaya sara makawore kuki moki are de hade chineri chiari naritona de arana bikunabi akira kori kendari sindari Tugi, Chukori Boru Shari Haji, Debi, Na Debi, Ruka, Taka, Toku, Atandai, Tana Kushire, Tana Shure, Hachi, Boresine, Saruparane, Patani, Sarupapa, Shabatani, Shubutani, Soyahabi, Shani, Suyinikari, Sugi, Hagara, Sukarate, Sarupasmishka, Randai, Sarupasarumo, Shuraseti, Sarupasaridu, Shiraichu, Sharai, Toya, Shiripikari, Yarte, Anya Mana, Mamane, Sirikarita, Samasavita, Santa Muta Mukta, Tamasama, Sama, Sayak, Sina, Sata Sabita, Nani, Aloy Betty, with Sarini, Hidu, YB, Tadini, Vista, Tadipari, Kuri, Parade, Sukansi, Sama, Bolivur, Dharma Parixita, Samgana, Korsari, Koni, by Story, Matro, Siata, Root, Salaya, Saya, Vatai, Vakua, Babura, Malintai, Swaha, Shvala Mahashpalu, Kitu, Kiara, Portana, Notovati, Vitini, Sitini, Notani, Notovati, Swaha, the data, Nari Kunani, Swaha, the Kari, Kendali, Matagi, Pukasi, and Kulu, Brusari, Sisi, Swaha, Itimate, West, Adana, Pati, Dana Patani, Dana Kusoi, Dana Sarati, Sada Pari, Pasiani, Sabatani, Sabatani, some Parixita, some Ganekatani, Parixita, Sapasar, Kuswan, Karte, significantly, Dana Pati, Patali, Swaha. Sasram Sahu, Gong Hong Chong, Gong Tong, Go Slow, Bang Him So, Hong Ring, Gong So, Gong Krim, Hong Sham, Gong Shing, Haring, Gong Heru Sor Hara. Bom dum grang ring glong tam ring glong grang ring glong dong glong tam glong chong sing grang ring chong sing kring sing him bom dum chong sing gong so sing kring haring ara heru sor banking so bom dum Dani Shinora un po' dati pamo shuku na euro maxuli humu shu na ora mokna sambava trameda na ora tate shahara puku shu na ora mamu serai kushi na ora huru kanali maragis wahabo shirambos no namo bagabanis nisya Rus for those valatis zero kanan sarpatas ranis waha shor kanjis I boss lolix waha de resishi bosses sometimes as waha tarabos namas matabuaran for rural bavetara tenis waha Sinju Senjin Kanjis I boss Rajak Atman Hi Matu Kanjis I boss Mantru Papa Pats Baha George Kanjis I boss Mahakurun Karis Baha Jordai Kanjis I boss Kalikon Kongis Baha Northern Kanjis I boss Parme Sermalis Valum Kongol Sata Pashra Sarva Arnia Bosses Rishishu Davijayis Baha Fortune Boss Samus Mojo Bosses Manama Camero Bosses Umetres Vahajis or Bosom Haha Vesmalis Vaha Kukor Bosu Namro Kasakar Bari Omalak Mari Muris Vaha Nicol Bosu Omnitutis Vaha Kukor Bosu Baris Vaha Punto Mao Namas Manta Vasharam Kanamur Sanas Votai Hum Traham Kozanze my own son of Anesum home Chasharum Pakundoli my own Trom Paitai Kuma home Srikara Rupa home comes Vaha Kongoria my own Vashra Yaksu Mice and my own Maraga Vashrusnis Pashas Pachahum Pamho Kujakuma Omar Oruknas Vaha Som Pokorjum Kubai Mais Vaha Kongo Song Konkilom Pirak Swaha Sinishi Dojium Chanasi Swaha Jikuputram Trasra Pramras Swaha So Chortanum Pirdakiak Sipai Swaha Skomo Kutram Pirbaxan Gitai Swaha Tomotanum Visrvani Swaha Pensaitinum Saraswati Swaha Tekuputram Hararia Swaha Tamotanum Visrvani Swaha and Pensaitinum Saraswati Swaha Tekuputram Mahakarari Swaha Kishijotanum Hararia Sriya Swaha Kaitai Mom to Mari Arita Swaha Taikini Tenomri as Vaha Morishiti Nobarsi as Vaha Tashukungi Tenomri Kaums Vaha O my Brahma Hartnam Serari Brahmim Partum Permanaria Med Mahe Ranya Kerbaria Der Mahita no Brahma Prajuder Jatarum Kari Mahemes Rudaria Der Veita no Brahma Prajuder Mim Ring Shring Cream Sausage Brahma Brahma Jashanam Pratarma Purushrat Himara Prosho, Viravaha, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Shiva, Guru Devo Maswara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Trashmeshri, Gurve Namaha, Usak Neptet, Ketivam Kaibina Hohor, or Tiafium Ketnaboset, Kesu, Tunesur, Korti, Hafaf Basti, Taroturum, Snefforum, the Sacrament, Tenamiu, Tortiu, Surtu. Urna merti martu forru kermiu shekeru nekenu kermentian pepsera keru ne peru sekriu ne babu ne temsepu ariam above a hiu chukar kid ne heb kol ne hem ne furches er tepane pechabu tramprium tor siebel si floridi and ridi vingen thor vingen rumul magi ser chef per vigo tro nur itermen het romodski ledrodski or Jargordov in Fredai Fortin Ordin Regera Friberg Bertrigers Vita Ringes Record Serdex Viptarik Berder Bodom Branfield Gor Rodi Provin We Gorbisker Vir Sigir Riorposonski or Fredalivski or Tongs Gerfi Serning Yang Being Being Getting Go for the Yoran Yarani Korin Korin Kusin Kuroski or maybe Fredi Biflindis Vidors Vidre Yoki Fjordne Hervia Mirsvo Puntro Fium Fimborfusli Diarris Rigri Vir Liptir Gil Mospel Nepohamel for Gorgen Gapi Miro Pomeo Slepnir or Dirme Bori Bor Beste Ordin Ville Ve Sur Morgonberg Mir Osri Visti Nudrisu Drimit Turasator Norfi Night Nagafori Oto Nori Or Derling or Serval Dayskin Foxy Hrim Foxy Mende Ferry Lunes olor vacas fins bir hierki berger serming sirmel ver fin school hoti hovi san arn vidiori dar vor great shem ven golf monsieur dori nai near di nudri sudri ustri vistri afreo volin nar nein nerving gain di fjorbo for bombor nori unor na win moid bit ner big gondo wind of dorin fili fuli bali tro Troen tek Vietor naar Raadsville drop near dogs Fari Warhawk Story Hero Kroid Tori Ori tu van Vari Hitti Fili Horsi Ori Ober Lier Lo for Spier Viri per Scarfinia or Vieringi Ergens Scardi Full Frosty Fin Noria Garzier Weer Verdandis Country Tabrike near Rim Buring Ver Varaskiar Kerski afgeerlei Alfheim Arling Vidlei Rasis Fastwoods Flasvi Vermurlei Vansbo Vasaras Nerodin Frig Lorgi Avinaria Parna Yavis Nolda Maria Manasa Maria Visar Marikers Narm Butadariam Vistara Tararia Samsara Sagatarati Viar Horne Macarande Pari Mala Pari Borgas Garde Sri Parti Parar Verde Barba Baria Cierte Varde Sariapi Pera Pargamar Nata Brava Harna Namar Narsvab Samudro Hitarangagwa Karna Samudro Natarangau Terhanarganargav Yarnardo Jatano Jarkurular Mitra Torste Bavarti Him Bavarti Raskara Mas Barbira Vratra Rabatara Partar Sarta Vasurdar Pramaras Varta Paripalio Bavarta Pava Parbirto Hamda Mudara Gunamandiera Sandra Varta Nari Govinda Baba Jalardi Martarna Mandara Parmamdara Mapararia Vamenariana Karuna Maria Sarara Nam Karavarnita Volpo Coronoriti Sarpari Marie Parana Saroja Saravasarto Iti Srimar Paramaham Sampari Prajakara Kasyasya Sri Govinda Bhargavara Purja Parasisyasya Srimachara Bhagavarta Kortosatari Sutram Sampurnam Kuberodana Srida Raja Rodana Svarodana Lashmi Priya Tamodana Adyu Danika Priya Daxinyo Damararata Dayarvanta Dorvarata Divya Laksana Sampano Dinarati Jana Rasarkatanya Lakshmi Samaraju Daya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupu Dharma Puri Dharma Samarasano Sarka Neri Swaro Nera Lambo Neri Nam Paribalaka Niyamta Neguna Karanis Kamu Neru Barava Navanaga Samararu Navasangka Pravartaka Manya Sitratisa Mahaguna Gana Virta Yarashiniko Yashana Sarga Yashana Borishaka Rasarika Raja Kandro Ramardisho Ranjako Raja Burisa Vishakvarsadaria Visarga Marna Marnasa Vijayo Vimalo Varjo Varda Rujana Varsala Verupa Sapria Tarmo Veragi Visvar Turmuka Sorte Viarto Saranada Sarva Sarti Samanvita Samandana Sarvamya Sorva Pane Vraka Supritu sulapa somo sorvakare yudoratara samagana priya saksa vaibam bab sri verajita svahana samprito akilana pravartaka vyokara sampritam tosvartana priya alangkam paramapasi akana varavi varajirtu utartu tiaruntarma vervavo navarahatna kinore sofisropana kala pravartarka hasta Lakshmi Samarayuta Adeyato Malabi Grahalo Korajulu Kapalu Kupanu Sula Sara Sulapa Suramarika Surdu Sanagana Priya Santa Suran Kuno Pera Susvata Surar Vikar Hasarva Kamarshno Sumati Sorveter Verikena Korka Sankahasta Dara Suremam Param Jorti Parapara Samarikura Parana Saranyu Dina Vasarla Paropagari Papagna Tarundi Asana Nipa Danta sorva kuno perra sorendra sambe varma visvagyarto vera pavia aratara sakyarta prata kala pate sutram suserbut vedene dene tena pramnoti porusa soinam devendra samnipam itis vikuberes tutram om yachari ya kuberali ya vishravarari ya danadan ya dipatari ya danadan ya samriti merde ita parisva Om Shrim Hrim Krim Shrim Krim Vishvarari Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Krim Shrim Kuberaya Shalakshmi Mama Grihe Dharam Purariya Purariya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Sahaswaha Om Hrim Yakshaya Kuberaya Vishvaraya Dana Kashanarya Sarvaluka Vasai Korariya Dana Danya Hari Patariya Dana Danya Samrutir Meri dari Patariya Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Namaha Om Yashar Rajari Yer Virmaria Liketesari Derma Hitara Kubera Prachudaya Zikia Kampasi Arakapasi Ringarkia Kapasi Lingaran Kapasi Kukim Kampra Zikia Kampasi Arakapa Zikia Kapasi Arakapasi Ringarkia Kapasi Lingaran Kamaka Kumashkarasana Zikia Kampasi Arakapa Zikia Kapasi Arakapasi Ringarkia Kapasi Lingaran Kapalugola Pemora Nimbo Zikia Kapasi Arakapa Om Namo Hum Pararanu Sumaru Magagamatam Treya Sorvanyar Kusani Samatam Brahma Saraswati Shalarupa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Dukarambi Om Sorvani Sma Vajra Hum Pat Om Shrim Hrim Krim Glom Garbataya Vara Varaja Varshan Janmeva Shambara Yeswa Hata Porshar Ye Virma He Tapruntariyar Diyar Mahi Tanodati Prachudayaram Shanti Om Ganahari Yaksayar Namha Om Garam Pagapatari Nam Home Lambrora Radiartama Om Ring Om Gatari Betarma Hevagrodulari Atirmaita no Tanti Prachudayat Om Shrim Hrim Krim Dum Jwala Shulili Asha Yasha Manayasha Saprasutram Samarak Malabam Kuru Dushgra Hum Fatwa Arunam Kuruna Tanang Gritab Shim to Tapashan Pushar Push Papa Chapa Mari Pira Brutama Kara Hamedieva Papa Bharatnim Shri Mara Shri Maharagni Shri Mara Seneshwarti Chidagni Kuna Sambuti Devakari Samarurya Barnu Sarhasra Pusharobaru Sana Vita Rageshvaru Papashaya Kura Kunokushu Falaro Parhekshu Kudana Pachatan Matra Sayaka Nisharuna Prapapura Maja Pramharna Mandala Champako Shukupo Lagos Organdiga Askacha Kuru Pinda Manishaning Kanakoter Mandita Shtamish Norovi Prajadal Kistara Shorpida Mukachun Kalam Pamruka Narbi Vishaka Varana Smara Mangalia Gruatorana Chalai Kapikra Lakshmi Parivaha Chalan Minar Palo Chalanava Champaka Pushpapa Nasadanda Verajita Tekadita Teskarina Smarana Basura Kandama Manjalik Luta Kanapura Manohara Tekai Kali Puta Tapana Dupa Mandala Padmaraka Shila Dasha Paripavi Kapalupo Nava Vidruma Pambashina Kariodana Charha then Yoga Ashom Sri Deepaturga Tamasha Sarka Siapa Pramarasi Pratishada Sri Deepaturga Tabatum Bisham Swaha Sakti Partilakam Sri Deepaturga Prijo Tam Chapadveri Yogarya Saline Som Kapsiapa Pramara Serta Mahasarasi Pratishanda Sanama Mukesh Sri Deepaturga Tabatiyai Namari Dio Bishal Nama Guri Swa Secretary Yadama, Parayofika, Kari Yartama, Nabot, Very Yoga Yartama, Swamingi, Diari, Sari Nes, Krom, Yusibiam Nama, Rim Tarshani, Biam Nama, Rim Mari, Biam Namahana, Make a Biam Nama, Rim Kanistiki, Biam Nama, Krom Karakalar, Prastapiam Nama, Karami, Yasakroma, Yartama, Rim Surpasas, Vam, Sekaya, Pasam, Kaya, whom named Raya, Pasar Kromas, Rebatitis, and any names of Stromerti, the Panandayam, the Patria, Devi, Charge for the Pini, departed with a Paras from Chumi, Nika Yagaram, Small Poming, a Mascamiga, Push Pujami, Nika Yab to Makamar, Pajami, among Amiki, Tipandar Shami, Pama, Miki, Afterman, Everium, Ivarium, some Miki, you put Coparaja, Perjam, Samar Pami, Japamala, Mantrama, Mamale, Mahamarias, Formato, Parupinica, the Focus, Linas, Tasmani, City, the Baba, Kudu, Mantrom, Sinda. Go ru prasirom rima society petar batrom krom rimam dorge herime hia basaya basay rim dum dorge am rim kromum patwas nangenias kromarai yat namaharim subas ras swam sikai pasram kabakayum nim tri pasur kromos rapeti tisanangenis bob sromier di tv mokodainam di petri bate video skai for pili di bate di bate para servam jengming pangapujam pe kai niki kerap smar paman kaman sikabiga pe pisam vai mabay mai tu magkrapi from the Miki Avition Son, Miki from Navier, Yam Niver Yami, some Miki, Subcar, Pujam Samari, Samar Paramgu Yatio, 3 Pom Canas, Makara Pom Japam Seria Bavatu Medevi, Prapas Army Stair, Japamatala Malaman from Umval Malay, Savet, the Poma Priti, Supapapa, some whom Kurushi, Patria, Sopiram, Kadei, Meomri, City, Namaha. Ingen is ook een hoognoom, als ik gerust er tegen Baltimore Charlotte, als ook die humanitatis kan nu toe mee af, maar terski papira je just bij kala en kan kenderen met rio, meri, monko en delle weer duw bij bobo, en dat er zo van speelself hier op borst voor zelf man, ik man journal of bord na borst voor bom met verder hartbuw, neer Mike Hariman, neer Iber, die mer meer ren, vier more neer man. Orbals ora borsia mer baby was a sander ne sirer nefs volor und near jerk fun steva ne on the main gab was genun gein grosse borgi bors wurs sirne bors boma pri abu beers ers me homer and scorbus or skern surnana salers stena bas for skron kron kron lorki surbob sorten sardi mana handi or kruhoim Gemeente Boerso, Nevisie, Borsoli, Arti, Marti, Nevisie, Varminkin, Artistos, Non, Nevisie, Borsa, Piquetu, Quinчин, Quillo, Stool, Kinning, Popo, Parket, Cooks, no Copning, Jenko, Kono, Copo, Copu, Morgin, Hetu, Minjan, Dankar, Doro, Coptan, Quarto, Arterjo, Hetuts, Orsier, Alabel, Valley, Bears, Horn, Torton, Brombo, Lord Blue, Obs me bobo at dalvo motangerskopo or tolgo blue ta fluid tolne ta teru kru or brain the turkins fonton kori uns prayer no borso marshur morkor morsho Jotunheim kitchen rinchin kulo rextol getting kopo barka dux everskedi for good truth of skipcho brains probably or plains lishum was Monsignor Marcelo Borrego Roy Dorino Nor Permelican Morgon Gorbu Vergori Jorblue Serum Dorin Santi Horn Wolver Gorio Bo Vikinga New Esposia their mess Ferro or Horpi Chamber Smoke no Blunco have a Nordino look room. Bernam Liam was friend Lagu or Jumlium Respress Darwin. Mordin impress mera orca terabella terato mogocera terra bixomnista tetorun tenater ton bregaterun egelena farm elephant windwers in den don sorwig war gorwig non all serets as saphir two frere echelon mon ecolum blue loon come forth alle von twin dwers in wind wars er rig war for rig duanos er rate as a fear to furnish lin monochrome bor loon Rose while Rose square loris or wig what will pre or weed or rosy or rose consent of the Syria truly stroke or romperneos nasir planetos core is near it via enderless and tulus if se cornean dominus serpens abis est arnavis quis non difficilis sed impossibile possibus rigarde. Domine Deus omnipotens rex regionet Dominus dominant Deum in queus magnum nuis victoria constitutum nebendum contractur, pro corpus meam me visorum fermins tam corpus eredulor dectors magnificentis, adverin malcum hel, adverin cum hel, adverin mancum sexum sexorum, inversor mantum oparum dae natabulum in conatum draconis dracornis, niitä borndurtru nirduorndirti manka sherdena shertorbo koshamo samazama uzora shamusai anel troco vos vodes vil den ve osi konushi mishti ti kornuosi tum karatum kutum tumosi baritum kablitum namritum ashashu kashartu karshaparni eli nitum uberani eli yau estari yau sisu eli yau eli ameria amru saraku indikula salolu mushawara kui martarna alupi yau tipi yau prosume marstiti yau marti Ueli, Linu, Siertuti, Siertisi, Siermelani, Rabuti, Shbar, Dabar, Dini, Dina, Laki, Linda, Pusa, Wankarshartia, Ukarshartia, Sharapishia, Umeshtia, Ismasarati, Sharmushili, Shururixi, Salimnuti, Pishila, Saluli, Sharmusha, Taptu, Shariku, Amatli, Murti, Yakama, Salvuli tartur shari porchuski spiki mai tardili sharmiki rusha porturu ipestur shari soluku kolamatusha malasarina kibili bu yalani mushertum Sermani yar na pagrita xiara dupira sermani yar na pagrita xiara dupira sermani yarti pagritusni yala dupira sermani ni ishti pagritusni yala dupira sermani iki max pagrita xiara dupira sermani yar na kukula kita xiara dupira sermani yar na gari taksa dupira sermani yaina asku pagritusni yala dupira sermani yar na bishan dor taksa dupira Sermani yar nadish kish borap kira tu pira Zidingan inggian kempa zidingan ini gain kempa zidingan ini kul nu gain kempa zidingan ini dulu gain kempa zidingan ini kurkoren kempa zidingan ini kurkoren kempa zidingan ini dar shori ma kempa zidingan ini dar shori ma kempa zidingan ini dulu azak kempa zidingan ini dulu azak kempa zidingan ini dulu azak kempa zidingan ini nolio kempa zidingan ini mesyara kempa zidingan ini mesyara kempa zidingan mar dingkiran lelaki kempa Siningyan Martin Geran Lalagi Kampa Siringa Sigi Ishma Sak Bardai Nad Garan Boler Makampa Siningyan Barbor Korte Kurnieri and Kampa Siringan ini Dergarni Dingeran Lora de Yarn Sarn Kurn Gata Garner Kampa Siningana Kampa Siringer Kia Kampa Siringer Ruki Kampa Siringan Bukama Siringer Ishta Kampa Siringer Shamashu Kampa Siringer and Kompa Siningamaru Kampa Siringan ini Bedor Kampa Siningari Kampa Siningaran Kampa Siningan in Lola and Kukorage Kampa Siningan Lin Lil Alad Nin Kurkorage Kampa Siningan in Bibila Sharage Kampa Siningan in Kurkorage Shin Baba Parage Kampa Siningaran Luna Dingerkola and Nanaki Kampa Kakal Tug sulala surki dim sulmula surkinger surmaskim zul siare kapasi kia kapasi dingen in lilale kor korkorage kapasi dingen in lilanin korkorage kapasi dingen in bibila sharake kapasi dingen in din korkorage kapa siringera nurna dinger kol ereng kapa siringera na kapasi dinger kia kapa papa papa rara te marata papa papa rara te ke ne Asagorwag sag bimuona tenam tarkarasi bimuona teutusul kur bimuona terhalasur kor bimuona terkitimsul bimuona terkalasur karbi muona terdinger sur kerbimuona terimitar biar netas biar bar di biar shar biarti martuka shartu shatariu tarni Om Hayagrivariyat Namaha Om Mahavisnarvet Namah Om Kasavariyat Namaha Om Harusadariyat Namaha Om Govindariyat Namaha Om Kumpudarkakaksariyat Namaha Om Visnarvet Namaha Om Visvambarariyat Namaha Om Harariyat Namaha Om Arigayat Namaha Om Savaviskar Sariyat Namaha Om Savarariyat Namaha Om Santanariyat Namaha Om Neradarariyat Namaha Om Nerakarariyat Namaha Om Nerisarariyat Namaha Om Neruparvatriyat Namaha Om Naranjanarya Namam Niskalankarya Namam Nitapsatarya Namam Neramararya Namam Siramararya Yarnama Om Saksiyat Namam Saranya Yarnamam Sarvaraya Karya Nama Om Srimate Namam Lokatralisarya Namam Sivarya Namam Sarvasalapratarya Namam Veravararte Nama Om Veradarya Namam Veravarya Namam Paratanarya Namam Pandarya Namam Parayartare Nama Om Punyaya Namam Punyakatarya Namam Parapararya Namam Paramamarne Nama Om Parasman Nama Om Parasariana Om Paracariana Valariana Sarvadamakariana Om Verusernama Om Veraveraka Paracariana Om Sakalo Parisvariana Om Niscalariana Om Sarviscarate Nama Om Mascalaman Murtra Yurtastaria Namom Parapararia Namom Paraparusaria Namom Strasaria Namom Saranaria Nama Om Parmesvararia Namom Santaria Namom Dantaria Namom Chitokuraria Namom Chitametraia Nama Om Jaga Marnaria Namom Jayamata Mortar Harianama Om Jivarianam Om Jadarianam Jadaman Sanayanam Om Japa Priyayanam Om Japa Sutyayanam Om Japa Kartenam Om Priya Kartenam Om Vivavetnam Om Vimalarianam Om Visvaruparianam Om Viskuptrenam Om Virhim Sratarianam Om Virhim Stastustaryayanam Om Santitariyanam Om Skasantikarariyanam Om Sraya Pradariyanam Om Srutimayayanam Om Sraya Masarpatariyanam Om Isvarariyanam Om Tagasortariyanam Om Anatharuparyanam Om Pranadariyanam Om Pritipetariyanam Om Avtariyanam Om Varkitorpariyanam Om Sabaksaseryanam Om Tomoharariyanam Om Jalansakariyanam Om Jarinyanam Om Purnakandrasambhaparapariyanam Om Jaranadariya Namo Bhaktapadaria Namo Yogina Namo Yogisariya Namo Sarvekamatariya Namo Mahayogirna Namo Om Mahabharat Namo Manasariya Om Sri Sam Namo Om Sariya Namo Pramahapsariya Namo Om Visvum Guptre Namo Viraja Namo Surhasparti Karnasakariya Sasya Namo Om Jatamandalas Mutariya Namo Marimana Hartariya Namo Om Sarvavargis Varasvararya Nama Om Pranavargita Rapruparya Nama Om Varaharna Karmarte Nama Iti Sri Hayagriva Stotar Satanama Vali Anatariya Om Maranatariya Namo Marsariya Namo Maragadaria Namo Makulukararia Namo Mamevekarabaria Namo Marasataria Namo Varavantariya Nama Om Venakurabariya Namo Vishnu Priyaya Namo Varasudaya Namo Varavtamaria Namo Visnariya Namo Sasaria Nama Om Satu Sutariya Namo Masapraman Vitariya Namo Maprakantudari Namo Mamikararia Namo Makravas Panaya Nama Om Amarstutiaria Namo Margaro Paria Namo Valaria Namo Vasukariya Namo Paraparakaria Namo Parakararia Namo Om Vapsavanayari Namo Om Vasudavrasaniya Namo Varapasitaria Namo Om Vatvasaratine Namo Om Vakitikamaniya Namo Om Tamora Paria Namo Om Dapikararia Namo Dadindaraya Namo Kasapadamarjaya Namo Kavaru Pariyanama Om Yugada Pariyanam Om Yugada Raliyanam Om Rasmin Patariyanam Om Yamagatarayanam Om Kasvapikayanama Om Visvambarariyanam Om Sakoparaniyanam Om Sakopalariyanam Om Sambupriyayanam Om Saranariyanam Om Prakasarasanama Om Paprasariyanam Om Pramadariyanam Om Prakadariyanam Om Prakadariyanam Om Pargyapasariyanam Om Pargavaskariyanam Om Prasarasanama Om Bhagavartanayanam Om Bhagavatarariyanam Om Daksakariyanam Om Lokatarisariyanam Om Sivariyanam Om Paravadyayanam Purnariyanam Punyayanam Om Parakartariyanam Parasariyanam Parakariyanam Niskalariyanam Om Varaparariyanam Om Paragudkariyanam Sariyanam Om Tantariyanam Om Tantariyanam Om Varayam Bhakpanayanam Om Savapujayanam Om Savadekarariyanam Om Nerasayanam Om Nerajanariyanam Om Avatariyanam Om Saranyayanam Om Savrekikariyanam Om Janijayariyanam Om Avitariyanam Om Vaitavariyanam Om Tamaharayanam Yugis Parariyanam Karanayanam Om Palariyanam Om Dharnakarina Om Sarkar Karadakarariyanama, Om Jidu Karariyanam, Jivariyanam, Jayadayanam, Japapriyayanam, Visvarupariyanam, Virustariyanam, Verasutram Studiayanama, Om Shreya Prarariyanam, Pranadariyanam, Vishnu Tapariyanam, Dariyanam, Gudararayanama, Om Navasradaya Om Nagabusariyanam, Vishankariyanam, Bayarupariyanam, Sri Supariyanam, Sakavarupariyanama, Om Karavishambutariyanam, Prabhatikariyanam, Om Sisambhavadayariyanam, Om Fariravi Busariyanam, Om Nagendrayanam, Om Nagadavata Sutara Satanama Bali. Nesokostero sokolos mehi forsyn kognos gombernershan serer tu charkar no shul wort sin shul archisian krede asia murchias erner tern karla bros mission tjord gur hier desu oors die mern der nemonator an merch ans bjorn Nerme antirterne formatierne terne formaci sjul tulla brepio tu smjörn kjerte krete tu antru gado dorin antert maxans beore normi märndi antrusan gun ruderde amronjen jungum benat kjerte der mosjul Bes bernarciarte moșul naci bernarciarte mesmo nabiuri se bernarciarte nobi nabiurte nidarnamsa dorțaiola saersiula ciul lerta druinor mera dam hercestare arduler neurli cornerzer nuri cornerzer nur ben sente ersiul Cerningere ser certa, cernamberna massasur fir hela sarta morber massasur manatherier be darien burde archers falacar der fjur agus faracher dar fjurlere nia certa turner croteser e crorde fena trur e kornag mergus norber njuren mer sjulen krurte ergus en buren trure tjurn sedo morsosen en tartera makavus ans beorag Normera barbernarch noer atjorri large story messer gus orkastur ne benes lo gus morbio fuel beate Börden crude gus furnas narcher penum sere gus orkastur ne benes fem Karachi Kalindi Tarver Birna Sankita Karavo Muta Perinari Vardana Kamala Svatama Lupa Rama Sarbu Brahma Raparti Gana Sarchita Paro Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patargami Bavartume Burshe Sarde Vernum Sarasi Siki Paransham Karikarte Durgulom Netrante Sahachara Karaksam Viradarte Sarasri Marvarta Varna Vasarti Lila Parichario Jagana Swami Nayana Patrikami Bavartume Maharbur Destiarte Kanakaro Chiarte Nila Sikarte Vasan Prasardata Staharsha Balabartrena Barlina Subardra Maria Sarshala Sora Sevarsarato Jaganas Vardnisa Nariyana Patarikami Bavartume Kurpa Pravarra Sarjala Jalarda Sureniro Cierto Rama Vani Rama Svora Damala Pankaru Mamurka Sorendrai Paratya Srutigara Sika Gira Jarito Jagana Swami Nayana Patarikami Bavartume Ratharudo Gashan Pati Berita Burder Vepartal Rais Ruti Pratat Parvam Pratiparam Pakaranya Sararya Daya Sindor Bantu Sakala Jagata Sindustaria Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarikami Bavartume Paraprampa Parterta Kuvala Yadalu Fulan Narione Varsini Londroni Irta Charonunanta Sarasira Sanardo Rada Sarasa Vapora Lingarna Sarku Jagannath Swami Nayana Patargami Bhavatu Mena Ve Yarjera Jamna Jagana Kamankya Veba Varyana Yarche Hamram Yam Nikala Jara Kamayam Varabantum Sarakale Kala Pratar Partir Naga Gita Charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Patargami Bhavatu Me Harat Mam Samsaram Drut Tatarasaram Masaram Surpartearatvam Paparanam Vitatima Param Yara Vaparteahu Dena Natani Hitacharan Nonischitamanirtam Jaganaswami Naira Patakamami Bhavatume Jangnastakam Punyamya Pater Prayartas Rushir Sarvar Papa Visur Dharma Visnur Lokam Sargachar Charti Yartish Rimad Sankara Chara Vira Jertam Jagannatstakam Sampurnam Brahma Murari Sorachita Lingam Nirmala Vista Surabita Lingam Janmaja Durga Vena Sarkanavina Sana Lingam Pranamami Sar Siva Lingam Deva Muni Pravar Chita Lingam Kamar Dharna Karurna Kar Lingam Ravana Dharpa Vena Sana Lingam Tapamami Sar Siva Lingam Sarva Sukana Sulapita Lingam Burdi Vivarara Karana Lingum Sira Sora Sara Vendita Lingum Tapranamami Sar Siva Lingum Kanka Mahamani Busita Lingum Fani Party Verita Sorbita Lingum Daksar Yarsna Varna Sana Lingum Tapranamami Sar Siva Lingum Kung Kuma Chandana Lepita Lingum Pankarja Hara Sorso Pirta Lingum San Chitta Papavana Sana Lingum Ta Pranamami Sara Siva Lingum Deva Gara Chitta Sevita Lingum Bhavai Rabhakti Bharava Char Lingum Dinakar Kuri Prabhakar Lingum Tat Pranamami Sara Siva Lingum Mastadalo Parivestira Lingum Sarva Samul Bhava Karana Lingum Astadardra Vena Saralingum Tat Pranamami Sar Siva Lingum Sar Garu Sora Vara Purjita Lingum Sora Vara Puspa Sar Chira Lingum Parat Param Paramam Param Paramam Makalingum Tat Pranamami Sar Siva Lingum Linga Sakamiram Punyam Ya Siva Sanidu Siva Lokamagam Noti Silvena Sahamorarte Nataraja Nataraja Nartanda Sundara Nataraja Shiva Sankara Nataraja Kanama Kanana Priyam Sirambarya Viharirnam Mare Bakum Bagum Firesvarim Bala Lona Surkam Saram Baka Makarandanam Saram Pur Varhini Daram Harum Bhuj Jagat Gurum Siram Banam Viva Varye Samsta Bhakta Pusana Svarha Stavadat Kam Kanam Prasatar Kirti Veva Vam Nera Sarjar Jara Pardam Karastar Mukti Saranam Serasta Kandramandanam Rambuja Jaga Korum Siram Baram Viva Varye Chittikarti Tamaretam Nitala Lokanam Vitam Parikarta Starik Diktartam Patyara Pankala Parnam Natuka Porvaba Vietnam Kutara Pasadarinam Haram Puja Jagakuram Siram Param Viva Pariye Koranga Saba Supirtam Siram Karjana Narasiratam Parankarang Pikarartam Parankara Garanjeratam Karankajam Tarna Sarakam Toranga Mikurta Gamam Haram Puja Jagakuram Siram Param Viva Pariye Amara Barya Bajana Sumana Hasanulkam Sumanda Manda Garnirinkia Rinda Karnyak Kartalvam Samam Damam Daya Lurta Mama Marna Yanta Marmanu Haram Bhoja Jaga Gurum Siram Baram Vipa Varye Karindra Karama Vasasam Karindra Kapaparinam Surendra Murtya Purjitam Kagindra Varna Priyamayindra Pustanur Jvalam Nagendra Jvalila Seranam Haramboja Jagaguram Siram Baram Viva Pari Malopani Rini Tartisara Vila Sakarinam Pararisa Pabam Janam Nalamam Rupalukanam Lasapani Harinam Jvala Trisula Darinirnam Haramboja Jagaguram Siram Baram Viva Pari Sasanka Panu Vihito Drita Trilokarnam Visasava Saksam Surya Garba Hurana Maritam Negambaro Sarva Poraram Dara Rastam Viram Haram Bhuja Jaga Goram Siram Baram Viva Varye Sarantaran Kasa Sarjano Gapa Pasan Gana Sarane Marandar Yuta Dorjana Lisiksane Vikasarna Siram Barakya Sadguru Svarupa Medya Bortala Sara Sivo Virajarti Sara Ma Muram Virtu Rasaram Barkesa Guru Freedom Sara Vila Sernam Murali Hartisia Sarkut Sarupra Parmana Mastakam Sara Vasatara Laya Hari Priya Tarnarne Virhi Priya Kaniskala Jagaguru Ranugraha iti Sri Sidambara Panka Kamara Stotram Om Shara Varna Bhavya Namaha Om Taporushaya Vidmahe Mahasanarya Dermahi Dhanuskanda Prachodaya Om Skandariya Skartikeyariya Paravarti Priyar Nandanatya Cha Mahaderva Kumararya Subharmanya Yarte Namaha Agasta Uvavaka Nomostu Bandaraka Bandarnar Vandya Padarim Darya Surarka Raya Sarana Nayameta Vikura Maria Gori Horananda Sumurmava Namostutubiam Pranadati Antrikotra Samastasya Monoratarnam Ratarnam Paratarakasya Andra Prankanda Suratarikasya Amotamotarya Sahasramotarya Gunaria Ganaria Pararia Namostu Turbiam Siki Vahana Yarnamostur Tembrama Virtam Bararia Digambararia Parasamstitaria Haranya Varanaria Haranya Bavaria Namo Haranya Haranya Rata Seta Pasvaru Paryata Pudanarya Tarpa Palarnaram Pratipara Karya Sara Kumaraya Himara Merne Trini Kortais Poraria Viragine Namasto Sturte Turbiam Sara Jarmarne Vimul Prabhata Surya Runa Tanta Pan Katarki Malaria Kabala Para Kramalia San Maturya Yamana Toraya Mirustam Yotaram Niadur Senamo Namo Ganan Namataria Ganaria Namo Sturte Janmajarati Kalagia Namo Visarkaria Sarti Panaria Sarvarsya Natarsya Kumara Karya Kron Kararia Tara Kamoria Karya Sariharia Ganingaria Kakarikeria Sarivia Turibiam Sarartam Namostur Disris Karndema Porane Karsi Karnde Pankadvi Marsarti Tarmondiaria Shri Karikeria Starkam Skandu Vaka Yovis Paro Mai Serdan Karike Yogarner Narnar Skanda Kumoro Serner Svarni Sinkara Sambaba Gargeas Tamara Kuraska Makaris Serkid Varta Tarakari Ruma Butro Korun Karis Saranana Sabda Brahma Somudraska Sita Sora Svarto Gorha Sanat Kumuru Barga Von Burgo Murk Sopala Prata Sora Jarma Ganandisa Boras Varsho Murti Marga Kor Sorva Gama Pratirna Karvar Shiartar Prador Sarna Stavi Masartar Marni Mariarnti Tipa Aparte Radiorses Daria Yortomuko Vargas Partiramavet Maharnamantramrian Yerti Marma Nar Marnur Ketar Narda Maha Prakarshna Mavat Nurti Nantro Korya Vikarana Tisri Rudrar Yamalde Proashna Vivardardam Kiaram Sri Matkarki Yastutram Narada Ruvarga Pralarmia Sarasa Devarnam Gari Putram Vinayarkam Bartaria Vasaram Smorinti Martius Karmarastardie Pratharmam Bakraturndam Chai Kardarantar Nvirti Arkam Tritiriam Krishna Pingarskaram Krishna Vartram Katurtarkam Lambudaram Pacharmam Chasastam Vikartarmirva Chasaptarmam Virnarajam Chavdurmrar Varnam Tararstarmaram Navarmam Valak Chandram Shardar Sarmam Turvin Yarkam Mekarasam Kana Partim Dvardar Sarm Turkashnaram Narn Dvara Sartarni Nalmarni Trisindiam Yapat Nara Narcha Vergnadium Tarsia Sorvasi Karam Param Vidyarti Labarte Viriam Daran Narti Labarte Darnam Portrarti Labarte Putran Mokastari Labarte Gartim Japer Karna Partistutram San Pierre Falam Labaret Sarm Sarna Seram Chalabarte Natra Samasaria Tarbio Bramar Nabias Charlihi Terva Yar Samarpar Yar Tasia Veria Pavar Sarva Gan Sarsia Rasia Prasardatai Tisrinara Tu Porne Sankastar Nastan Nam Nama Garne Shastotram Chính sinh sinh thái sai sinh thể sinh yên văn một tinh khối với bộ mê hồi sinh trời khối mình yên sinh sinh là ninh sản hôn nhung chú phụ hú sản hình chỉ chỉ rô lý linh sinh khối sinh châu đàn dân hữu sinh chú khối chú phiên sẽ sinh chứng luận thông minh yang sinh lô ký chính sinh khối sẽ huế sinh hô sinh hú bên ký sinh trình yên sinh sinh đàn nhận linh hú tổng sinh sĩ sinh vang ye đô kỳ chẳng hôn chỉ chỉ rô lý linh xin xin chủ linh bộ tiền chủ nan về xin chính chỉ sĩ hôn phụ hộ trong u son mình coi ngờ long bài hú đôi xin phân yuan xin coi vì son vũ sẽ về hộ xin chỉ rồi linh an thuộc đấy xin chủ yon si an xin phụ hộ hoàn linh yor bo xin quan thuộc đấy chỉ linh yo sẽ yo gì bỏ ra hoàn xin hội trong dòng điều nếu với chính ngôn ngon nên phần quay bé số tan tiếng tây sống nhiều miếng số dễ vui xin rồi dễ tại đầu yuan hàng lý sinh chính tiền đi sinh dụ tiền đi dự án hàng khi phần sinh đông sông sông dụ hồng lên tây nhiều và phần quay sinh siêu vô dự án hàng bố phụ minh phụ của dự thân cần lúa tuần na đông gang tây dồn dân dụ phụ dụ đô ren trả quay hoàn kiến Dinh sơn xin chủ yuan chi yu huyền chỉ sống y ban kiều bing yan nen nan jing wu wu ba hai ji wen mo wang chu shu shi wei wu xiang zhong hoi chu shan liu ki chong kun ji ji ru li ling zhong wang xian zhu dian di zhong zhong wan ki ben gen wan zhu wan jie jing wu shen tong shan jie shen wei wei du yu yun fu yu jing hong dấu hù dụ xin xì dì bù dân tin dì bù wen bầu lúa thì anh đi用dụ quân xin chủ sĩ bàn xin yêu trình minh sản dây trời quay vượt đi xì wen quân xin chủ lý xì lệ thiên quay dụ sản đàn dân quay quang dính này quay dụ bì lý lệ xin yên mình tuôn khỏi dụ chế vũ kế chính 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 chuẩn chuẩn dùng phù hu chính chân chỉ chiếu rô lý linh dùng trong trên dù dấu dấu chân dù diễn ra dạng chung dạng rô yêu lúa kiến kun đi can diễn linh dị bàn diễn phê lên diễn linh chân quan kiêu chính đi chiếu tan chỉ chiếu rô lý linh chân dùng dù yuan john đại dù hồ dễ chi chú giả giáo dạo ở hồ xuân hồ phố vàng phải hay rằng dĩ yu tin rằng hoàng ren nan bài này chú ý an đông dòng si chú linh phu yon si rằng dòng hiện vận đàn phu dụ dụ khi dụ mình mình khi vũ trình kê nín si can hiện lô ni kê phu dụ mình dòng dụ lại dụ si sẵn dòng đủ Nam mô Hela Dara Do La Ye Nam mô Ali Ye Poloria Yer Tisho Bola Ye Portisa Do Poya Mo He Sado Poya Mo Hel Ja Lorni Ja Ye Onsa Pola Payi Surda Lora Ye Namo Ji Jirli Do Ye Mingali Ye Polo Jirdi Shipo Lai Leng So Po Namo Lola Jen Shi Jiri mohe poto sha me samopo da ta dosho pen gashi yun sa po sa do na mo po sa do na po po ke mo fa ta da do da ji ta ong ga po lu ji lu ja di ja lu la di ji li mo he po ri sa lo sa po mo la mo ji ri to yu chu lu che meng du lu fa she ye ri mo he fa she ye ri to la di ri ni shi po la ye she la je li fa po mo fa mo la mo ri li shi na la a la shen po la she li fa sha shen Pola sheye hulu mola hulu jili shola soa ji li sulu puti ye puto ye midili ye rula jinjitili seni namo ye namo po na so po hejito ye so po hemo hejito ye so po hejito yu yi shi po la ye so po Hello la gen shi sopo hemo la molo la sopo he shi la sengamu ke ye sopo he sopo mohe hashito ye sopo he ji la ji to ye sopo he bo to mo ye ji to ye sopo he lo la ji po ke la ye sopo hemo po le shen Jera ye sopo he Namo hela dana da do la ye namo wali ye polo jerdi show por la ye sopo he hong jerdano dan mando la pato ye po sopo he bore bolo mierdor genjin konji jai potesa Jinshin bore polo mi do shi ja janwu yunji kondu yi geku Share ji shu bo yi kong bo yi she ji kong ji shou jing xiong shi yi fu ru she li ji ju fa kong jiong Bo cheng bo me bo go bo jing bo jan shi gu gong zhong wu shou xiang xing xi wu yan er bi she xian yi wu she xing xing wei chu fa wu yan jie nei shi wu yi she jie wu ming yi wu ming jian nei shi wu lou shi yi wu lou shi jian wu ku jie me er do wu shi yi wu de Iwo shor del gupurti saudu ho, Iwo rebo lomi do ho, Jen wu gua hai gu, Wu yu kong bu yu ni, Liga dianta wu meng jang, Georgian ne pan, San shi ju fo, Ibore bolor mingur cordea norolau na samyo samborti koji bore bolomito shirda shernjo shirda ningjo shiwu shangjo shiwu ding ding sho ning chui ke kujen shibojo bo go sho bore bolomido jo je sho jo yo jerdi Bolo gerdi bolo sen gerdi burti sapo he. Namo foto ye, namo damo yer, namo senke yer, namo kunji jagu sa mohe sa jorda pa jenje, dajito anjo ger la pardi, shendo moni, mohe boteng mer, lulu lulu lulu, diseja shola hajerli, shaya hong ba shar he, an bota mo jen du moni, shola hong an bala tu, boran mi hong namo san mando, mo to nan, Abolari Hetoshe Show Lanandaji Tuan Kekeji Keji Hung Hung Ruwala Rubala Bola Rubala Bola Rubala Disecha Shishili Shopoja Shandaisha Shili Suwahe Namo Futu Yer Namo Tamo Yer Namo Senke Ye Anjidi Hululu Jidulu Jili Pojirli Bululi so Waheana Moboka Wardi Abala Mardi Yurlia Nasurbi Nishidishirda Dejula Jaye Datage Darye Halaheri Sanyo Sanbordarye Sarni Yarta Han Saliba Sansigeri Bali Shurta Dala Mardi Gekerna Sama Wugedisha Bawa Bishurima Hena Nayeda Bali Wali So Hena Mombo Geva Difishar She Juro Belo Libo La Polhela Sher Dato Jetuyer hala Harry Samuelson Botuyer Dagirto On Pishashi San Mojer Disube On Barnani By me Hong Magerni Yarnarja Jorda Dar Jerte Jernajwe Dali Kessa Orbo Vortabu Lishitage Nabolar na boli Jorda Parna no malo shola yeso lipo lipo rikyu hetu herdito lorni tirni he lari lir nir di mohe kerdi jenin kandina moe miel do polie doto ker doia dor dia to e miel il dobi po pie mili doji danpo pia mili roji ja Mandi herni Lido Bigia Liando Kernirni Keke no Girdo Jariso Po He Namo Fotonan Mo Ramo Dan Mose Kena Moshiri Moheti Bier Darni Yertobo Lipulo Loge Lisan Manto Dashani Moherdi Hebo Herdi Sanmando Jo Boliti Furino Alino Adamordi Mohebi Guberi Moherni Lerdi Lobo Senkerdi Jiri Shengki Jirdi Sanmanto Ato No Poloni Chốt nhân nhân yuan rei sang pu pa tiên jun liu yu yu wo tong zhong xuan shi yu xuan chun miu si men tiên di yu wei tian di yu bing shen der wan wo yu wo wei yi fu lu liu xia xian yu hu ma lu qin qi shen yi shi vi qian qian yan nan gang fu yi shi vi qian yan hing li jing Chinh chu yan nguột này Ate heye yayo gichi manito kuku miki soma pokawa Arte heye yayo gichi manito kuku miki somo pokawa Oki wanik sistami sarki heyo ara heyo hana heyo ya tu arabia gina heyo te ya tu arabia gina heyo te ya tu artai bi warning Garhi niyo te ya tu hatar bi warning nari niyo ya hi uni va hu hi uni va hi uni va hu ya hi hu ni ya ni na he ne na hi ya hi na hi ni na hi uni va hu ya hi uni va hi ya he ne na yani sini hawa na yani sini hawa na hini swavira kini hini swavira kini ni nini tui na hohu ni nini tui na hohu warasina na hohu warasina na hohu ni hima sia sisi ni hima sia sisi Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dharmayitano Vishnu Prachudaya Om Devakanadhanarya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dharmayitana Krishna Prachudaya Om Tatvarsharya Virmahe Sasraksharya Mahadevarya Dharmayitano Rudra Prachudaya Om Akanadharya Virmahe Vasudharya Dharmayitano Runti Prachudaya Om Kariyai Virmahe Vakarnyar Makor Yai Dharmayitano Durga Prachudaya Om Vegdevya Virmahe Vikamarajarya Dharmahitano Devi Prachudayat Om Mahadevya Virmahe Vishnu Pargya Dharmahitano Lakshmi Prachudayat Anunyo Serchnian Yatritan Durdet Natin Mochnos Mertri Vasorim Rot Kortir Trias Dalm Durantater Serch Tornatar Sitam Durantator Nimos Oiler Meser Form Jorviti Loriglas Rin Sin Lunring Nianas Kartar Motur Orchel Dortias Niptibas Korba Serd on Jornir Margintinia Narbad Nardberg Serdam Dorin Narastar Vindruni Pirabau Wortor Morich Rosotor Morish Romotor Monorni Berlem Morich Nintibas Forfish Fortier Morter Nimrar Banater Deutschland Nierdorm Durglas and Durgdorschlund Nimlin Tartur Dan Koreabrina Quer Björnindon Theor Namasia Theodori Nanurle on Mjörnia Senet Search Narn Serach Conoter Mirnaser de Fubrin Rigres Niberter Moser Sterndel Dun Torgel El Ansnoster Lia Lord Molam Sen Serch Mail Robert Dark Set Ebrian Nark Search Neri or near Kortegur Korkum Morias Robert Teens Pure Tordul Fumsa Domine Esalus Torhiru Esalus Ter Damne Esalus Ter Panesalas Tuster Damne Esalus Ter Krishna Salus Ter Damne Esalus Der Tur Esalus Der Super Papulum Trum Damne Benedictus Tuba Arteheye yayo arteheye yario arteheye lo ni tuni shila wanye gele kekitaye yayo ni tuni shila wanye gele kekitaye yayo arteheye lo ni tayo korge wanye gele kekitaye yayo ni takorge wanye gele kekitaye yario arteheye lo Michinshi nanpe mayor se arte heyo ni chagekete arte heyo chanon pa wanchi chalupi chanon pa wanchi chaurpi arte heyo chayani pikata arte heyo hetue chahe chani ho hetue chahe chani ho Wakile charia heu ho kile charia heu ho arte heya lo arte ye lo one night yard marniye Tatanka wan marni arte heyelo arte heyelo le show me yo kan kete lo yo le show me yo kan kete lo yo taku makai charika hena mita wari yelo yo taku makai charika hena mita wari yelo yo arte heyelo yo arte heyelo yo Eya yo, eya yo, minching shi te wakila che ye ya, minching shi te wakila che ye ya, oya teri ye ini chaga pikita, che ye ya, oya te ye ini chaga pikita, che ye, et arte ye, lo arte ye, lo. Hari ye, hari ye, ya yo, me like kin, you me chichi yarna, me like kin, you me chichi yarna, wawaka blaka te ye, wawaka blaka ta ye, unchi hey lo yo, unchi hey lo yo, puya chinya wasna waka kin kete, puya chinya wasna waking kete, Onchi hey lo yo, onchi hey yo, le hey ya hey ye, la hey ye, kangi yo ya te ye, chaya waun wello kangi yo ya te ye, chaya waun wello ni ya te ye, he wello ni ya te ye. Hewe wan bali galeshka wanyani hiyowe wan bali galeshka wanyani heyowe miyokan kin wan laki ye miyokan kin wan laki ye Hinna wan lake hinna wan lake ye yadi ye hari ye ya ye mi chinchi mita waya arte we atu we arte ya lo arte ya Huelo yani pikatae ya huelo yani pikatae ya huelo wasa wakinkatae ye wasa wakinkatae ye lechi ya pu ya chia ya pu ya hey yellow arte hey yellow Artelera makuwe artelera makuwe pata wan yan makuwe pata wan yan makuwe arta makuwe artu makuwe ina hekuo misunkala che ya umani misunkala che ya umani ina hekuo wana sapikata Unchita zipa michuye, unchita zipa michuye, arte yellow, hekin yanka galie, hekin yanka galie, one lechia, one asapikata, kayapilo, one lechia, one asapikata, kayapilo, one kepe, kagari hariyo, one kepe. Kagario arte heyolo mia one mariankayo mia one mayankayo kankayo yarte one chanku wakake lo kankio yarte one chanku wakake lo yani piketecha lo kola heyelo Makasirto manianuki uyarte uki one bali uyarte one hushir hiyero arte heyelo mako one charia uki pette kinuki perte kinuki kangi uyarte one hushi hiyelo arte heyelo leno wakan wakakashe arte heyolo kare kinhan wakan wakakache arte heyolo chanon pakin wakagarche arte heyolo miyo kan kinchi chuche arte heyolo kare kini niarkata arte heyolo michinshi tahera kupia michinshi tahera kupia Makuche one wash te ayaga lipikite ate heilo wana wicheshka artiye wana wachishke artiye wihuto umarni ukotana ukatana koyan wahinkite arte michuya warni kit pete michuya aiya wasna watinkite ahia wasna watinkite harpa wachige te watila la he one bleni chala har karielo one bleni chala har karielo tokicha one way gala kingita tokicha one way gala kingite nihun corn hair yellow nihun corn hair yellow wakarnyar kinkite wakarnyar kinkite chantaleshka one luzanin ya kinkite kan changaleshka one luzanin yan kinkite one warrior garupo artehelo. Venus rectos ornebesut in the tuas renushes caprusha mer pruships compugiger orcatems keminem romantic in Japan mirnorneps comari basharam necarages and emiash parages of the old of the padre kemenut of nabu nepsucumbitum tarish and we upon toy and buar tipenum sonoma saramu tipersno sron potnatrus minimalja de oros lepne kemeramu demnu to pupe casenda frata I am sure had that put my clap Marik protected the protect adapted my tataram nua tekenu up shops the mehi apran no shops come to us and me apra juti you proper cover to door my caru and I'm a precious repes rapati maras sarabi sarabi pusabre number and human kept to go and door marin corsica from the curti ruta meru nature veru and nemeno ru tata roman anpu ru benu sort of yoga terminate some of the petut can open up so maybe can be set to all sort of that of the Merikeru, some Rikeru, Subscarum, Koreas, Green Zoom can make a do, make some get to do, or second as a his, or like a capacity mechanism can do a surrection, discutter, and to Louis, Haritanuminescence and or I can be no to the Rakanemo, Wap, Setsu, Abnekatu and Kedere as a Abu Nabit Amin in Pet Renana Shishakera, Yoris, and my second on Penetrated Torture on Pop Kim Toy Haranabu urkin set the Piju of and second Rasu, second Toy and a beam wood second Basket Parabas to a second washer, second Ras Gomoshabata Sardini and in Securus Separus Sakaramets and Metas with the Musicus or new beam escape cemented some Arabs at up said Adam is second about the picture of the Amcaputu horror body when the some pike schools or Scottish of snap on the second American Lati to do for the Timad Arusari Kimi Shikaruinakin Sorkaru Basri Rata Carbetion on the web Nebrazo Saraki Nababuin of Tempton Separate Mabapu Turkin hold the heaven on have never had eight two even the Betty to summon many minutes of Kapu, she said, Secret about Motobush, Kopashara, my person, Kohemish Petros neck in the train kept Imran and Terracanamas do not kept two Timbrans Canametu, never two Toramasu, Shujat, Gotten Jataratu, other than 1857 when any names and any joy and an ex and a koi, sorry, Sharikes and again in Korea, Empoya, Kamshari, who am a Koribu, Shorration and Nemesis, that and you shouldn't have to Waba to ek nuke kesme waba se kame kuing ne di pura petep ti ngoni serka per tum sekna sere ti et nebla churti wonam sek tu na ku push to next shot men head nu pin pu am ni pu song re ki ta tum ta rek ni pu pomni sorti anu ta tem ni pu ame kakasana ni pu I wabu di en kerin ma di en japan en here ri jota so sara mo hopet Amiti tua kerema maruta ke kendetten tu excellenti tu meri except you canet number and you are me to order pet numa Rami tatep ne pret woman het tari sapto tari marem kenu has you no kmenien and that pedin chasen ne riu kumot ne for the davop chips more mekaring no choice so paramente mesentu ne pertemen kare mikini manura sek ne pertemen troi doi parshimshini ne perchaka mekatu se je toy masu satu ek ne pertemen ne purek eu seperti multap tempat masuk tapi umat katerek sem cubutok nu dronum nu kena premnu muda penunu sini aprem kun trium niam semrami boy man arten kaperna mentor or tatari altap sap kaprem alt patara umajarat nami unu ke musiku shomo harek soi partiku petera super kamnem kantak suak sakatek nu tekuna premnu nu tukuatran preket ortak ahayek nu tap thank you comme se voit time a cultural to all to nebra somatenu in pe mon hune my name is Markham soon Petros excellent and the trip of the Pemsa Capranu Kupta Petro Torab Sanaketi Kuama Kau and Capranu as a suit in Troy Perem Camutap and Abo not to can Casutis and Neki O Benet and a neck time ahoy and they him second meaning pedant Robin Hennes who and you to say how you sure in this and get it all come my engine who in it to war and who has who masu job to a picture and new egg in the picture and Jack no kept Capron to war on a potom Masaru to was a sentiment of Nefernesh Rakanon Shuku Kariati Eskamamonin Kesakapru Tefim Tefum Mutamutuna Prosol Natron Nemarakan Corona Bupis Rekai Nenkamisha Ketat Netru Nebush or Recta Ratnam Ship got up and Karik Nemarikon to use Kirk of the Kotopic and also Truek and injured the Wajak Wise was a Benef Washa Washness Washa and some Serman during terrors and happening said a corner and he said good and he said who takes the Patapai and he said one and no moving kabarna kabar nabung take the brush parameter bamia surna and Canatan Bands and Cabere, una temen Cabere and Doris or Sabeku Academic be made to I do to the lanes that I said you want to nine Cabaye Sebafrasiana Coronani for the Japanese that was a booth singing the Judy Subar when a maniki Kadefti cotton just out to Amupetim Toim and Cotton Kamaru, Monefson and Tunabi, Cotton and Bruas, Roy, Ruisharu, Meru Canu, American said he had happened on Bicanaru, Amonefson, Tunabi, some of Skikawabiku, Quabaku, Sick, Corone, Waparabac, Monabru, some of Sikanakora, Catecaric, Surption, sorry, Cabin, Mikarapaku, kind of be getting and Kamaru, and I recommend get and some more who knew him systematic you had substance organization me to all my KQ Sarah Kabi and men or lose them guys and any supreme getting in our cup Kukua cup tark and I should one or cooper make a whatever and then should not speak to make him a casual attack and shoot her to the at the pet netting war happening and through his on a cat and that to new to have so many boom. I'm on sick of us now and 10% and Jaramapas Catapus of service. Arina Capru was to in Kebapai Kepamotem or Approach tuning and Piatiam the friend of Emes. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tools on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well, whose waters rise from deep within me, and who reveals the hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from the sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Zikio Compasiana Compa. New Geb New Kepra ra tum kansu Arsemitok Shabu Balana Shamtruina, I Arsemitok Shabu Balana Shamtruina, I Arsemitok Shabu Balana Shamtruina, I Havra. me. I'll tell you what, it might be the middle of summer, or summer, that time of year is supposed to be, but I got a cold breeze on my feet. It feels good. How are you doing? I hope you're doing good today. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm just going to get some feeling back in my ankles. My ankles. My ankles. My ankles. Mm. Coffee. Coffee. What did he say? Yes, 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 yes. What are you doing? What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing over there? Okay. First things first. Gotta put my stuff away first. Ankles. My ankles. Well, really just one ankle. I've had people try to inflict a lot of pain on me, and I wind up giggling. I wind up laughing. I watched this movie. I'm not kidding. That's a real story. Shit, I laugh because it's funny because they're trying to hurt my feelings, and I'm like, damn, thanks for causing me the physical pain that I've emotionally been feeling and haven't been able to cause to myself. So it's kind of funny to me, and I just kind of check out of the material world for a moment. But there was a movie I saw last night. Look, I'm not trying to tell you the movie or the name, but this is a scene. It's freaking hilarious. I laughed. I laughed hard. The dude, he can't feel any pain in this movie. His body doesn't feel any pain. He has to have a timer to use the bathroom because he doesn't feel pain in his body at all. So he's got to live differently. And there's this one part, and he's got his buddy. He got stuck in a trap. He's hanging upside down, and there's this dude can't feel pain. He's stuck hanging upside down in a trap. He's bleeding and all sorts of shit from other injuries. And then the bad guy comes home, and he finds the good guy, hanging upside down. And he's like, "Oh, what do we have here?" And so the bad guy's like, he finds out that he killed his brother, like the good guy killed the bad guy's brother because he's taking out the bad guy's back, like he's trying to save the girl, whatever. And so he's like, oh, I'm gonna, and the dude who can't feel any pain, he's like, look, I know you're gonna kill me, but whatever you do, don't draw it out. Just make it fast. Just in my life. Because he already sent an SOS to a friend, so he's got somebody showing up. So he looked at his watch, and he has so much time before his friend gets there. He'll save him, right? So all he's got to do is stall for time. Just don't kill me yet. So the dude, he starts torturing him. I won't get into it or explain it. But he's like, ah! He's screaming and like, oh yeah, that hurts. the other dude doesn't get it all. He doesn't get that he's not really hurting him. The dude has to play along being hurt. No, you're not really hurting me. Ow, yeah, it's fucking hurting. People like to think that they are very strong and they can change your life with a few words and a couple of actions. You comedian. You must be a comedian. If you're not, dude, you gotta get into that field because you're gonna get rich, man. You know, everybody going to strike is someday for some. Gosh, that's a good movie. I didn't watch most of it. I was writing some more mantras and I was working, but I was listening to it and I looked up for that part. I was, you know, when you connect with something, you connect with something. And at least for myself, you know, it's a whole different ball game. Cause I'm constantly heavy. I'm heavy. Why are you upset? Let's figure out why are you upset so we can get you out of there so you can be happy again. Just gotta be happy. If you're not happy, well, there's something you could do to get there. There's something, someone around you maybe. Anyways, what else was there that I did yesterday? That movie is really, it's called, if you want to know the name of it, it's called Novocaine. It's a pretty funny movie. You might not connect with it though. I mean, not everybody's gonna get that. You know, people could see it, and if you're a very visual person, you're gonna watch that movie and you're gonna be like, "Oh my god, this is horrible." This is just showing the dude getting like, you know, the dude essentially is. It's actually a really wonderful premise because the individual, he's just a normal guy, and his girl that he's interested gets kidnapped, and uh, and so he's like gotta go rescue her, you know, but he can't feel any pain. And in high school or whatever, they called him Novocaine because he couldn't feel anything. So he starts like trying to save the girl throughout the movie. But the dude's body, he doesn't really know how to fight. The dude really doesn't know it. He gets hit, he gets stabbed, he gets shot, he gets, oh my gosh, they, I mean, gosh, it's horrible. So, I mean, you know, it may not be that funny to you, but it was funny to me. I can take a movie like that. You know, I can watch a movie like that. But if it's real life, I'm like, I know, I know that okay, there were some problems with the actors or people got upset or, but you know, nobody was actually tortured in the making of the movie. You know, the way you know. Anyway, I can watch a movie. It's, oh man, life. What else did I do yesterday? What else was I? Where did my mind go? Oh, I think we should do more tarot readings. I think we should pop out some more tarot cards. Did people love that? Yes, it's so wonderful chilly right now. I'm gonna put on a light. Mm, yeah, I was gonna say jacket. It's not a jacket. I was gonna say sweater. It's not a sweater. I don't know what you would call this thing. I need to iron it. I know that much. It says we got the dragon on it. Yeah. The dragon has feathers. What? Okay, mister. We got a little plan here. We're gonna get to the store, and then we're gonna run inside, and we're gonna get a bunch of yummy treats and buy them all. I'm just kidding. Gotta be careful what I say, you know, people might run out and do it or something. Don't do that! See, I got this tail. Now you might wonder why I got this tail. It was a fucking a scarf around the neck. And then I was like, I made this so that my sword, you know, the sword, this guy right here, that guy. Because the worst thing that can happen is regular, like, rust and stuff like that, you know, natural elements. So it's like, boom, I'll make a scabbard out of this kind of net. Shit, what's the fucking words are escaping me right now? But out of that nice absorbing material, so that I can, like, slide it in, and then the whole fucking sword would be oiled. And then I got another tail. This is my deer tail. The Egyptians had it was a different animal. It wasn't a deer, but they had a tail hanging from their waist. I saw this particular tail hanging in the photos in their depictions, and I didn't know what it was, and I had to look up, I had to find out. Which is a pretty amazing discovery. And because in that discovery, look, I'll even show you here. But, well, I'll show you first, why not? Okay, so let's see, I think we can keep this all in the frame here. So right here on him, he has this tail coming down. And it's thin, it's wrapped around, and then it gets thicker towards the bottom. It gets thicker towards the bottom. I found out it was a tail, but I couldn't figure out why it was thin and then getting thicker. So when I did my tail, right, ceremonial tail, it started to come apart. It started to dry out. And then I was like, oh, dude, the leather, it would dry it out. It would ruin it. And so literally the leather would fray apart. So then they would have wrapped it up in a cord up down to the point to where that's not happening. And that's what I've had to do. And I was like, holy shit, that's what they did. That's why it has that change in its own being. Living through events lets you see lets you experience the progression. That's what we miss a lot. What's recorded in books, in main things primarily, is the highlights, the big points, the big moments. Though what's usually missing is how to get from one big moment to the next big moment. It's that minutia. It's just the little stuff in the middle. And in that journey, that's where I find everything's connected. That's where I find the web of life. If we would imagine, if one would imagine points on a piece of paper, oh fuck, I don't need to drop, but points on a piece of paper, and they're just separate, they're just dots. And those are the events. Those are the major events that we take in, that we absorb, appreciate, learn, have a massive impact on us, whatever the regard. And if we can connect one big event to another big event, that line in the middle, we start creating a web. We start seeing how everything's connected, and then we discover, wait, it's not just a web. It's a fucking spiral. This thing's like going down and it's going the other way up. Like, what the heck? Like, it's very complicated. And that's something I keep in the back of my head, not something I cognitively think about constantly, but I keep in the back of my head is how much more life truly is, how much is going on, and how much is possible in this world if I just allow it, the observation, the awareness, the focus, and I will collapse upon a singularity and an event of manifestation. Blind split experiment. Pay attention to something that's going to change, it's going to alter the outcome. You're going to draw things together. And when those elements come together, that's creation. I'm telling you, we do this a lot and people aren't aware of it, but we create consciousness. We create life. Some have done this by accident. You didn't even try to do it. Most people keep a keepsake, a necklace, a stone, a bracelet, something very special, and they'll have it for many, many, many years, or maybe months, or however long it is with them that they have it for. And then one day, out of nowhere, it will fall and utterly break. And when it broke, that meant that so much energy had went into that object that it created consciousness, and that consciousness, well, as long as it's stuck inside of an object, it's not going to be inside of a living life. And it will go on to the stage of evolution and embodiment and will grow. I've seen this, I've worked with this, I've dealt with this, I've had confirmation across the board. I feel like I should share a good number of stories on that subject alone, but in the construct of moving forward, hmm, that's interesting. Oh, they changed it. Huh. I don't know if it's just me or not. No, they changed it. Interesting. Before, the moderator names, fam names, they'd be in blue. And now they have a blue shield biome. It looks like a shield to me. It's cool, we got a shield by your name. I'm scrolling back on some comments and whatnot. Okay, okay, now let me share a little bit, okay? Let's see. Well, Rip It. I don't know if you're still here. We've had people come and go. Rip It said, "Read me, please." So I read you, Rip It. I used to have a really good buddy. I wouldn't call him a buddy. I would call him like my dark brother, like for real, respectfully, like respect. His name was Ripper, and I imagine he's still kicking, but who knows? He had a life, and he's real special, real people didn't understand him, and yeah, he fucked up in life. But mm, anyways, when it came to me, he didn't do me. He didn't do me wrong, and I never did him wrong. So he had at least one person in this world that wasn't on the fucked up list with everybody else. That's all I'm saying. As far as my friendship, it was like a felt like I don't know. It was like for me, it was like he could see more. I came up to him once, and I was like, bro, I was like, I was like, I'm doing this and I'm doing. I just started getting into spiritual stuff, and he's like, yeah, I know. I got my ones looking and watching, and he won't talking about people neither. I know him, and and it was. I was like, whoa. He's like, he knows what I'm up to without me telling him. That's so fucking cool. We could just like start talking about shit like in the moment. I don't have to talk about like yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody's already fucking updated. Wonderful. And so like, but he got stuck on his path in a regard that he got as far as he could, but he man. Anyways, I ain't saying he was a angel or nothing of that sort, but he taught me some things in proxy. He shared some esoteric realities with me that made me feel like family. And normally people don't, that's not something you walk around just talking about or sharing. And he was kind enough to pass on some blessings to me and on that regard. And that was on a shamanic path and journey. That's what you're looking for is blessings from other people. Let you know what's up, let you know what you can do. That's what the blessing is. The blessing is unlocking. Now that you're aware that you could do this, you're going to grow and develop and do more and do your own thing. Yeah, that's what life's about right there. To the individuals and the conversation coming out about me looking like a demon. Blah, 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 blah. See, if I walk up to heaven, I'd be like, well, you don't walk there, you kind of fly, kind of hover. When I go up to heaven, they see me, they know my heart. They see a vibration. Heaven don't see so much of a face, but sees the vibration. That lower sense of things on that chaotic side, well, they gotta really kind of see what they're working with. So that face gets really put into place. So when I walk down there, I got the outfit to fit in. And then I don't get attacked and hurt, and I could go get some secrets down there and pull them out or whatever I need to do. Sky's the limit if you could get in the doors. There's a guy hanging under the porch. The feathers, I'll tell you, they were definitely gifts. But I know a handful of feathers that I got. Dude, chill, man. And I will say that the one that I have on my head, I was walking, and there was an individual, and they were definitely tribal. They were definitely tribal, and but they were driving a vehicle as well. Okay, if you can just realize and accept that reality in this world, people dress to fit and blend, and me, fuck blending. I'm gonna stand out like a sore thumb. God damn, I had enough in this life. Got the balls are coming. Anyways, I'll move on with. I'll be who I am, and I'm not taking someone else's direction on what to fucking say. So fuck off. That's all I have to say to the spirits or fucking anybody trying to poke at my heart or my mind. I'm gonna talk about what I'm gonna talk about. Period. Done. Shit. And this lady, she pulls over on the side of the road as I'm walking home, and she picks me up. She says, or she offered, she asked where I lived. I told her down the way. She said, "Would you like a ride home?" I said, "Sure, that'd be great." So she picked me up, had a ride home, and she goes, "You mind if I stop and pick something up at my house real quick?" I said, "Absolutely, go right on ahead." She stops and she gets two feathers and she runs out. She had family and whatnot, and she was trying to keep me on the down low. She didn't exactly tell me to hide, but she was not trying to be long. She ran in, she ran out, she gave me these two feathers. She said, "Here, these are for you." That's where that one exists. Others, literally, I had this bird. It was a turkey in particular for this one, and turkey salmon. Um, I really wanted a feather. I kept looking for a feather day after day after day, and I didn't see no feathers anywhere. And in my mind, Turkey says, "I'm gonna give you a feather." And I'm walking down the road, and right in front of me is literally the turkey's just like one is stepping off the road and into the woods or into the grass or whatnot, and then literally like I looked back like where they would have been walking through on that path, and there was a feather like right there in the middle of the road, and that was less than a week after that came to me. And so uh, whether it be a gift through a person or an animal or however you want to see those beings, um, yeah, yeah, gifts are real. And in that regard, being a shaman, it is unique. It is a unique experience. Okay, look. There was some conversation going on in the going back up there. Um, and I want to share. I'm not gonna say what people were talking about. I'm not gonna bring up those specifics. But if you're following the chat, then you can put two and two together yourself. I want I want to share with you right here, right now, why I got into magic, why I decided to say, you know what, let's get into this stuff. I used to be a Christian. I used to be hardcore. I was Jehovah's Witness, damn near a freaking in a cult. They're not a cult, damn near close enough, if you ask me, or as a professional. Anyways, and so why would I get into magic? Well, small backstory. I went to a different elementary school just about every single for every year from second grade on. I went to a different school. So it happened to be that every single year of elementary that I got into that particular school for that grade, that happened to be the year that they did the Holocaust, freaking the Holocaust stuff of everything that happened. And the last time, fifth grade, fourth grade, fifth graders, fifth grade, and they actually brought in two survivors that were still living, and obviously two survivors from the Holocaust, and they spoke to everybody there. And my mom took me to the museum, and I seen this shit. I'm aware of it. I'm very, very much aware of that history and what evil really looks like and what it starts doing to people. And I read about this coven. I want to say England, but I could be mistaken. I don't remember the details at all of where, but I do remember for a fact Hitler and his people, his army, whatever, they were set up. Literally, they had the boats in the water, they had the troops fucking ready, everything was good to go. And they were going to invade this other country, whichever country it was over in Europe. And this coven found out about it and they got together. Now, it's debatable on whatever, okay? But this coven, I read about it before they made some documentary and stuff about it, which documentary information is cool too. But this coven got together and they wound up performing a ceremony throughout the entire night, the night before he was supposed to invade on their shores. And they did a ceremony all night long. It was so intense that at least one, if not more, of the high casters died. They literally, ex- ex- when you're performing high magic, you're literally on the edge of death and life. Like you're on the edge. That's how you connect with it. It's real shit. And so literally for her to do what she was, for all of them to do what they were doing, they were literally riding that edge all night long, right there. And if you ask me, I haven't know whatever the case happened. But the next day, Hitler and all that, they didn't land there. They never landed there. They never stepped foot on that country. They never fucking went to that place. There's no other reason to support why they never went. The plans were to go there. They were set up to go there. They were going to do there. Everything was good. And they just decided, no, not going to go there after all. And that changed my idea on magic. The power of focused intention. Their intention for that night was simply that Hitler and his troops would not land on their shores. For whatever reason, they would not land. They didn't even create a reason. It's just not going to land here. That's what they put right into his brain, right into his heart. And that's what fucking changed. So go ahead and make plans and do what you want. I just gotta sit back and turn on the damn TV and be like, I don't like that too much. Let me sit down for a few hours. I'm wiser these days. I know to feed myself. I know to have proper vitamins and sustenance and nutrients and so forth and so on. I've this lifetime fortunately, I got to essentially live with a nutritionist for a good many years. So I was able to learn how to take care of my body a bit better. That old saying, man cannot live on bread alone. This is truth. This is reality. If all you got is one bread, there's no nutrients, and so all your maybe it has a little few nutrients, but the body needs many different types of ingredients from foods in order to really take care of every aspect that we have. And so healthiness is very important, especially when working esoterically or magically or any form like that, because we don't many people don't perceive that it's going to take a toll on the body. Well, I just sat there, I didn't run around or do anything. The body's still going to use energy. The body is still very active in burning calories. So be aware of the body, be aware of the health. Exercising, stretching, all that good stuff is, I mean, for any reason in life is important to maintain and keep up. And the only reason why I keep up with now, I was able to do my stretching again this morning. I did to work through his stretches. I even did some push-ups. I even knocked out some push-ups this morning. And the only reason why I did and keeping up with it was because I did the day before and so forth. And it's because when I was younger, that's what I used to do. I mean, when I got into my, I don't know, 30s or so, not 20s. When I got into my, like, up at 30s or so, I started, like, learning a little bit more. And so that all worked out pretty darn decent. And, but into today and into now, it's, it's beautiful because, like, I did it so much back then. I'm like, I know I can do it. That ain't nothing beyond me. I can do it every day. If I don't do it every day, then my body's not gonna stay limber. My body's not gonna do what it does. It's gonna be all stiff. I don't need a stiff body. I might sit here for like 5 hours a day or 8, but I gotta offset that. I gotta be aware of that. I gotta keep up with myself, and that's obviously for each one as they are. What's up, Owen? Good to see you again. Bless this message. Find me a business manager. Find me a business manager. I can do more than entertain. That's what I've been looking for years, man. I'm not kidding. I need a real motherfucking business manager, and we'll make a shit ton of money. because they know half. I know my shit. Put those two things together, fucking break whatever, accomplish something freaking awesome. So, Tink 985. I'm not missing a single screw. Look, it's a story. Okay. So I recognized how things were put together by other people for my own fucking existence, and I was like, hold on a second, I don't like this shit at all. So I went out looking for tools. I had to fucking make my own, and I took out every motherfucking screw, every single fucking screw. I took them all out. I fucking threw them away. I took out all the pieces. I threw them away, and I was like, holy shit, look at my heart. It ain't stuck in a cage no more. So yeah, I don't got a single screw on me. I got magnets, copper, brass, stones. What happens next? That's what we create, bro. I'll tell you that much. Every single little story. What happens next? That's what we create. That's what we do. I'm still looking for somebody to create with. I found some family in the world. I'm looking for some people to really team up with. I got some visions, and just throw a freaking. I got the camera. I got the fucking script. I got the. Just need to. Just need to find five solid individuals, and I think at this rate, I think I could do that in the next few years. Start building something pretty amazing. Something bigger than a one person in the same room fucking show for you every day. Jojo Umbet said the last lucid dream I had, I thought I died in my sleep and was screaming at myself to wake up, and I wasn't waking up, and collapsed, accepting I had died, and then I woke up. My dreams don't fuck around. I was just talking yesterday, bro, about about this hasn't happened to me in years. This is like old, like 10 plus years older. But I used to have experiences in my sleep and whatnot, and I would like fuck. I feel like somebody was trying to put me down, and I everything I could just to scream, and whoever I'd be with, my mom or whoever, they'd be come in and be like, "What you yelling about?" And you're like, had to get out of somewhere, man. Um, I have no clue a single name to a single Enigma song. Good band. Like your stuff. Uh, Good enough. Whoa, that's great. Jojo Umba, he said, see, now, I don't know this for sure, but I thought pagans don't really refer to themselves as pagans because that was a word made by Christians as a way to group heretic beliefs into one glob. I don't know the, well, I don't know the technical on it either, but I'll tell you how I deal with it. People are like, oh, you're pagan, and I'm like, well, I do things that are pagan, but I'm not adhering to only one standard of being. I'm gonna do a little of this, I'm gonna do a little bit of that, I'm gonna do a little bit of this, I'm gonna do a little bit of everything. Shit. That's why people come up and they're like, oh, you're contradicting yourself. You damn right I am. Did you get confused yet? I'm glad you do. You go ahead and stay right there because I know where I'm moving. um, but, uh, but yeah, like, that's the whole construct is like people are constantly getting names from other people to identify them rather than that's your name, that's your choice of what you want to be called. I'll tell you a very beautiful lesson to learn from on this regard. There's two of them that I read over in the morning blessings for the day, and they're called Ashtotaras. And an Ashtotara is 108 names of a divine being. And essentially, they are recognizing that this same divine being has went to different towns who have different languages, and they gave that divine being the same one that went to them. They gave them a different name, and so in the blessing, they're mentioning everybody's name that they gave for this divine being. And so it's a beautiful respect that the divines had to come in and be like, you know, story after story after story relates how divine beings came down and they adapted while they had their own things. They allowed whoever was locally there, that's how they dressed it. They blended in. They didn't come in and just dominate. There's that love to be accepted in a multi-dimensional way, to let other people see you how they see you, is really what that all boils down to. Because you're still going to be you, and if you keep being you, people are going to see you. The ones who have eyes to see. Ashma Hingora, if you're still here, he said, "Can anyone explain to me what's happening here, please?" If you're still here, this one's for you. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little. Oh, hold on, I apologize. I'm sorry. Hello, my friend, fellow, and welcome to Cetra's Angelhood. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious. Still, please feel free to go a bit delirious as we follow this harmonizing course, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be, and you can dream anything you desire to imagine. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. You, yes, you are an electromagnetic individual. You have the capacity to push away anything you don't want and to draw to you anything you desire. It's all in living one vibrational energy. That's your joy, that's your love, that's your heart. Your heart is divine law and order. Your heart has codes of life within it. You follow that, and everything's going to work out for you. If you follow the advice of other people that convinces you to do something against your heart's interest, well, you're going to go on a different path. You're going to be lost in this world because you're not going to know what to pay attention to anymore. You're lost. Your compass was your heart. Your heart was a seat for your soul. That was your true north. And without that, oof. So that's what we're all about here, really. The magic, mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. You are magic. Your body itself and what you do every single day is a reality of magic. This is a technology of what magic can create. We wonder, who's the great creator? There's a divine mother as well as a divine father. And I tell you, they are both creators. They gave birth to you and I, like every angel and divine being, the way each person sees them in their own culture, in their own way, in their own heart. That is our family. We are creators. That's what you are. You're human, you're a creator. You were meant to create and be free. You were meant to design and build, not be controlled, not be dominated. You were meant to be supported, not directed and what's the word? Micromanaged. That's the one. That phrase, not a word. You don't need that. You don't need that in life. And so on this channel here, we talk about magic. We work magic for live at 5 a.m. in the morning. Have Eastern Standard Time. If you're in another part of the world, that would be -4 GMT. And within the first by 5:15 or so at that time, we go over our blessings in a multitude of languages, from Sanskrit to Kemetic, ancient Egyptian, to the legitimate words of power, Sumerian, Mesopotamian, just ancient Japanese, ancient Chinese. Um, I believe there is some Tamil in there as well. That's a Hindu and Indian. I should say Indian, but Hindu, Indian language. And there's Crow, native Crow in there. The ghost dance. Um, that was big, and something that in our past was literally uh, people were killed because they sang and danced that song. And so, as I honor my ancestors for what they were wronged for in the past and restricted from doing of what they wanted, then I fucking read it every single day until I would know it good enough to sing it and get my own flow with it. I personalize things, and I that's what I found. You could call it prayer. I call it communication. And in that communication, that that heart connects, and that's a personal thing. I can't communicate. I can't do that prayer if I'm trying to follow someone else's rhythm or someone else's pattern. The words are powerful, and I know that much, and I want to read it. And I can't sing like other people sing, and I, I don't have the money to go to that country and live there and get the training that I need to, but I put my heart into it 100%. And I know that love senses love, and that love doesn't have a sense to control, but it can sense innocence. It can sense connection, sincere connection. And I find that the more that I resonate my own life into that frequency of love and care, that that's what extends out from me. That's what I become. And I think, at least for my part, this whole world, we all need a bit of encouraging. We need a channel of some freaking good stuff in the world. They said they ran a test years ago with a news station, and all they put out was good news, and nobody fucking watched it. Well, I wonder if the people fucking swayed the test behind the scenes and got false results. Because as far as I'm aware, people love being encouraged. They're tired of. I turn on the TV. I'm expecting to watch something fun or cool or happy, and all of a sudden they're arguing. I kept putting on this one particular day. I kept putting on movies, and every single one had guns and shooting, and I'm like, I don't want this. So then I saw a football movie, and I was like, well, football, whatever. It's not guns. Just I need something for the background right now. And out of nowhere, all these guns, boom, boom, shooting, going, bombs going off. I'm like, what the heck's going on? And they're in a hotel room watching a movie, and I'm like, sometimes just a positive pick me up is a lot more healthy than a put down. Sheesh, we all been put down enough. They're like, get down in the mines, motherfucker. I spent my time down there. Can't you see? It's kind of permanently on my shit. Thank you, Owen. I appreciate your comments. Yeah. Does anybody want a reading? A tarot or oracle reading. I'm not charging. I have my GoFundMe. If you click my face, my picture, that'll take you to my page on YouTube, and it has a link to the GoFundMe page right there. But if you can make a donation, cool. If you can't, no worries, whatever. But if you want a reading, I'll be happy to do a reading. I'll write a few names down for people who do, and just put your name in the chat, and I'll write your name down, and then we'll get to doing some readings. I do enjoy doing that. Onyx, okay. Onyx wants we'll take one. Onyx and Carter. Well, hold on, let me go up a little bit. Thanks. Thanks, Red Hood. Red Hood. Radahood was here. How what's up? Thank you. Perhaps we'll do a little room tour before the readings. Maybe, maybe not. I said I was going to do one the other day. I didn't do it. Okay. So I'll do one for Carter and then one for Onyx. What's up, fish head? I'm from Texas. But I found in life, it's not necessarily about where one is from. It's not the past that creates who you are. The past was uncontrolled events that happened to you without any ability to get away from it, be aware of what was going on or anything. And one thing I'm continually taught, and I share in various aspects and ways, is the ability to create, to see into our past, to see that pattern, to see what those results caused, and in the moment, when, because it's going to come back, that kind of thing's going to come back in our life in the future. So when it does, we make a different choice. And when we make a different choice, that's when our future changes. We can change our future. We're not stuck to one single outcome. There are some that are. Those ones do not have free will. They're not aware of enough of themselves. It's not about anybody else, it's themselves, to truly make a free decision, because they're too busy staying the effect. They're always the effect, not the cause. Always trying to catch up to be the cause, but stuck being the effect in life. Ultimately, bigger systems, bigger things going on. So by learning to become aware of different cycles, one can become more than where they're from. They can expand more than what their origin was, even down to their zodiac sign. I tell you, that is a starting point of what your celestial connection is, because you can embody all of them if you choose. That is the alchemist embodied. Truly, that's the journey, part of the journey. The right fire. rawr. I could be rawr sometimes. I switch up. What's up, Max? Cannot live without you. Very cool, bro. Yes, play Silent Hill. All right. Let's see. We're going to have a quick break, which is going to last for maybe a minute at the most, or thereabouts. I'm going to come back. We're going to do a room tour, so I'll show you the room, I'll show you the tapestries and how that all looks, and then we'll get to a couple of readings. Be right back. For me, the jingles, that goes back to a story of my mom. She had passed away, and I was hanging out with somebody. We were walking down the street having a chat, just a friend. And all of a sudden, while they were talking, I start hearing like chatter in my mind, like I'm in the middle of a place that has 1,000 people in it, and everybody's talking, and not that loud, but it's I hear that in my mind, and then like in my in my mind, I'm like, Mom, and she's like, Yup. She said I reincarnated into a queen of fairies, and then without words, she essentially conveyed that that was like her family and her kingdom, or whatever proper, like they go with her everywhere. That's she takes care of them, and like that's her family, everything. So like that's that's when I became aware of that kind of a thing, and knowing that fairies like bells. So I was like that. And then on another scale of things, after so many years of doing that, um, there's been times when I don't have my bells, and in my mind all I can hear is somebody put a bell on him or something, because the spirits can't find me so easily. So with the jingling, they can know exactly where I am at all times. I won't surprise them, or they won't lose me. I'll work with them. Uh, Carter, are you still here, bro? Yeah, I said fairies. All right, I'm gonna get to shuffling some cards for you here pretty soon, Carter. Oh, most definitely fairies are divine. Most, yes, yes. Um, the fairy realm goes, like other realms. You can have I'm just gonna say that there's some. I'm not saying all, but there's some, and they're a little tricky. But it's more playful than trickiness, and they're more. It's more playful. We kind of see it as trickiness, but that's for me. They're one of three different groups out there that can literally make something disappear from our realm and have it in their universe. They can move it dimensionally. And that's why I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Whenever I lose something, I ask very kindly. I said, "Where's what I lost?" And I feel like I really would like. Please show me. Like I want that back. It's getting to me now. Please give it back, and I'll be guided one way or another, and I'll find it pretty quickly, very very quickly after asking for it. All right, let's get to shuffling some cards here. But I'm feeling something from here. I didn't even like shuffle that deck. I just like picked it up and a card fell. Alright, this is for you, Carter. Now, this card technically fell upside down, but I want to read it out for you. As Atet has some, I like the history here. The Atet is the solar bark of the sun god Amun Ra. It is known by the names Marshet in the morning and Meskertet in the evening. Artet is also known as Uahern Herhu, or the boat of millions of years. Amun Ra traverses the sky each day, providing light to the world. At the end of each day, he rides the Atet through the Duat. Along his journey, he fights off a variety of destructive demons, including the all-consuming demonic serpent Apep, who represents universal chaos, which could end all reality. He reemerges each day reborn and refreshed on the eastern horizon. The Atet and its party of traveling gods maintains balance in the universe by fighting back evils that lurk in the darkness and preventing that evil from overpowering good. It is the maintenance of this delicate balance that makes it possible for the traveler to ultimately achieve eternal life. The Egyptian chariot of the gods, the Atet card, is interchangeable with the chariot card found in other decks. The sun god Amun Ra stands on the Atet holding the Wa's scepter of ultimate royal authority and the Ankh representing life. Although differing parties of divines can travel with Amun Ra on the Atet, the deities charged with helping him maintain universal order and balance, Tehuti and Mahat, divine law and order, and wisdom, always travel with him. On the Atet card, Tahuti stands behind Amun Ra holding his Ankh and scroll representing his boundless wisdom. In the lead position stands Mahat, personification of universal balance between good and evil, light and darkness. She holds the lotus scepter of power and her scales of balance. Her crown is adorned with the feather of Mahat, emblem of truth. Interesting enough, we've got Mahat at the head of the boat, and we've got Tahuti at the rear of it. Haha, the bark. And now, on a technical, this card was upside down for you, but it's a journey. We're going on a journey. It doesn't end here, okay? It gets better. But at the beginning, we have undisciplined, lack of self control, powerlessness, opposition, coercion, obstructions, incompetence, ineptness, short journeys, spiritual imbalance, disunity, cycles of failure. Don't we go through this in life? Other people can very much misdirect us. We were talking about this earlier. Things are going to get better unless it don't end like that. It just started out, and the journey starts out a bit rough. All right, and this leads us next to. There we go. This one is the Slave of the Pentacle, and it brings out that especially if it is united to Jupiter, means an exaggerated love of money and health and heavy losses through the unwise speculations of the questioner. The result will be utter poverty. All right? So, speculations, it all comes down, all those words came down to unnecessary speculations. So, a lot of shit's gonna go wrong. There's going to be a whole bunch of ideas of wondering, did this happen? What happened? What's the specifics? Sure, that type of seeking, that kind of mental capacity, failure. failures written all over them. Let's start changing things. This is where we change what the world wanted to stick us into. This one, the Two of Leaves here. A moment of discussion, and any frictions should be considered with appropriate seriousness as a test to overcome in order to transform internal and external conflicts, opportunity for growth and enrichment. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Should I read that again? You got that? I think you got that. So what that's going to lead you to ultimately is deep soul healing with the goddess, soul retrieval. And soul retrieval, oof, that's a journey all on its own. That's a journey with different priorities. We're not chasing money. We're not going with unwise speculations. See, look, dude's reaching what he's valuing as the sun, as the orb of everything that he sees, but he's got money up there. At the end, that's what we look and see that we're holding. It's a whole nother view. It's a whole nother type of radiance. There's a lot more going on. It's not just a physical substance in life. I'm not going to read all of it, but I'm going to read some of it. Also, the healing goddess now offers you spiritual restoration and deep soul healing through the art of soul retrieval, reclaiming pieces of you lost through trauma, old and new. Soon you will enjoy greater wellness, energy, and power, as well as the opening of gifts and soul abilities you did not know you had. Did you know that pieces of you can be trapped in the past, in traumatic experiences, and in relationships, even those long since gone, because part of your power remains with another? This can happen because of permission subconsciously given for them to hold a piece of your spirit. Then the time comes for such permissions to be revoked and the pieces of self to be reclaimed and restored to the soul. Master healer and goddess of deep soul restoration, the Lady Allset now guides you to make peace with the past and reclaim the lost pieces of your own soul. The time has come for you to take control entirely. The time has come for you to take yourself entirely into your own possession, to call back your soul from trauma in this lifetime and others, to give yourself back to yourself wholly and completely. And in doing so, your life will flourish, infused with greater energy and into beautiful new expression. I mean, that's a complete transformation from what people set to being able to see something different, to learn, to actually being able to get back all that was you. kind of mentioned that in the beginning. I was just about getting everybody else's junk out and being able to get you and know yourself, know thyself. Carter, you have any questions or comments on that reading? That reading was for Carter. Uh, People personalize otherwise, and that's why I do enjoy doing readings live, and because people can apply, everybody can apply, we can all apply if we choose to, and learning by proxy. As I mean, shoot, if we all together, we all learn together. If we individualize everything, then no, a little piece there, a little piece there, shit. I like the group. I like the group participation. I'll write your name down, James. I'll tell you the the biggest portion here. If you do want to change things up in your life, the biggest thing, the biggest action to have is a discussion with someone. This is not what I'm reading off the card, but there's some keywords here. Is this is for you, Carter? Is a discussion with somebody who you have not told the ultimate truth to, for whatever reason, for being nice, for being loving, for being considerate. Tell them the whole plain out truth. Just write it out so you got a backup, but don't read from it. It's your truth. You should know it good enough. But let that happen, and then any friction should be considered with appropriate seriousness. This is a test to overcome so as to transform yourself internally so that your exterior abilities transform as well. Without that discussion happening, because of whatever reason, because of whatever fear, because of whatever circumstance, and whoever that could be with. But I really see that's where it all lies in. That's it right there. If you want to move things, if you want to change things from what they are, the reality is you could think all day, you could process all day. It is what it is. It's won't get the results it's been getting. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Nothing new's going to happen. Patterns are patterns. Slow growth means we're not leveling up. Um, and that's it. It's anyways, I'm gonna move on from there. And I found that for myself in life. Onyx, are you still here? Just leave a comment there. I'll start shuffling some cards for yourself. Found. Appreciate it. Appreciate that. That's it, Snarkville, man. We just gotta do the good thing. It ain't hard. It ain't hard. It's difficult getting out of everybody's mental traps. You get out of one, you fall into another. But it's the way it's set up every single time. That's what I found. And so, on a real Onyx, if you're here, put let me know you're here. We'll do a reading for you. And if not, we'll jump to James. I know James is here. I'm pretty sure you're still here. And but really, when it comes down to the whole esoteric and like magic and stuff like that, what what all of these different techniques, meditation, breathing, and all of that, along with the connectedness, the telepathy, and all of that stuff, is really to keep oneself deprogrammed from this world. And the point being is that your soul is adaptable to any situation. But when people put us in a label and they give us one duty and that's it, and that's what we're labeled as. It's always, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do for your job? And I found more. I want to connect with the person's heart. I want to feel their energy, their vibration. If it's low, fucking let's pick it up. Whatever the case, let's make some good things happen. There's enough bad in the world. I'm pretty sure we don't even have to talk about it. We both got a pocket full of problems we don't want, and trying to figure out how to get rid of them. So for me, it's like, hey, let's talk about how we get rid of this stuff. Let's get rid of the stuff we don't want in a very practical sense. Jeremy, yeah, you can tell your story. I'll read it back. Might move on to some cards or whatnot. I do look back up at the comments and whatnot from time to time, so I don't always catch them, but I try to. But sure, go ahead and share that. I did look back, and I I didn't see my chat log ends, and I didn't see a story from you, Jeremy. At least as far as my scrolling goes here. But we're gonna shuffle some cards for for James. James. James, like I said, you made a comment, I don't know, a few days back. I don't know how long ago it was technically, but it was a comment including the word family. And I don't know, I think about it from time to time, and I really appreciate that. I was thinking about that today as I was going over the blessings this morning. Jumped into my mind. It's amazing how much we can do in the world and not feel like we've accomplished. But if we just open up our senses and are aware, we can see so much good that we've been able to actually do, that we've actually already done. And that's a beautiful reality. It's all about finding the small things, the little things to be happy about in life, and really focusing on those. Because those little things, that's what somebody went out of their way to do, to be nice and extend that. And that's the love that we were looking for. That's the balance that we really wanted out of all of our giving, of goodness, of healing, of whatever it was. And a lot of times throughout a whole bunch of experiences, that those little moments, they can be forgotten, and a bunch of trash can be heaped on top of them, and we don't see them there anymore. This one is for James. The first one we have is the Queen of Swords. I'm going to read the explanation here. I like reading over this info. Foremost of noble women, God's wife of Amun, she who built the temple of Deir el-Bahari, bringer of peace and prosperity. Though they tried to erase you from history, they could not kill your soul in the afterlife. Hatshepsut, whose name means foremost of noble ladies, was the fifth pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of Egypt. She was the second historically confirmed female pharaoh. Her rise to power required combining the power of her bloodline, her education, and her understanding of religion. And as a side note, in case you did not know, the word pharaoh is a Greek word which translates into king. King. She has been called the first great woman in history. She was extremely successful, building grand architectural projects, and established a far-reaching network of trade routes around the known world. After her death, Thutmose III attempted to erase Hatshepsut's name from history, but he failed miserably in his attempt. Today we know for a fact that one of Egypt's most successful periods of peace and prosperity was brought about during the 21-year reign of this great woman pharaoh. A prolific builder, she was patron to many Egypt's grandest construction projects, many of them claimed as their own by later pharaohs. On the Queen of Swords card, Hatshepsut sits under the bright sky holding her sword high, representing her desire for truth and justice. She looks towards the future with her left hand raised to receive a butterfly, one of the many pleasures awaiting the souls in the Aru, in the afterlife. As it prepares to alight on her palm, clouds float by on the sky behind her, representing the fleeting essence of nature and life. This card brings in the meaning of independent, honest, truthful, candid, unbiased, objective, realistic, discerning, and open minded. Also brings in educated, wise, adaptable, nimble, astute, resourceful, legacy, birthright, and leadership. The ability to create. The next card that we have here, 35, the Nine of Scepters, brings out you will be engaged in mysterious or deeply scientific enterprises whose success will depend on your prudence and discretion. Prudence and discretion attached to this card. I remember that mentioned yesterday, so I'm going to say that one is for in the personal reading, but to everybody watching, to everybody going on about your daily life, being prudent and yet discreet. Having those two traits are going to be very important in one's regular ongoings. If you can be prudent and you can be discreet, you're likely to have success in the next coming couple months here. Well, for real here. I mean, for this to pop out, there did two different cards. That's to me, day after day, that was pretty powerful. That's powerful in of itself. Um, Boom. So literally, we got literally this is how these cards pretty much line up. We got a couple more cards to go through, but essentially showing this state and then talking about what can be created. That's two pretty powerful cards to be brought together of what you may be doing or may be getting into. Follow that heart, follow that passion, whatever you've been directed to or are directed to in life. Very important. Continue on that step, continue it on that journey, through that success, through that path, through that life, through those wise choices. The Six of Hearts. And this card says nostalgia about the past could arise in your heart, make you volatile and lonely. You should nurture little daily joys, bury old grudges, and settle any unpaid accounts. A party awaits. Do not stand on the sidelines. Get your shit taken care of. Get your work out the way, and don't be tangled up with anything you don't need to be. And you can be. That's where they're looking right there. And this comes to our last card, and it says, "Stay true and be in your power, all sought and all set, Lord and Lady of divine authority." I'm going to read this one a little bit. I mean, it's pretty plain there. I mean, you could easily go on, but I want to read this one. You are a sovereign divine being with spiritual authority and freedom within you. You do not need permission from anyone to be who you are and live your life as you so choose. This is your divine birthright. Guard it as the precious treasure that is, and remember that you are a divine being. The flail and crook, often held by all salt, are symbols of divine royalty and dominion. These symbols remind us that within we hold great dominion, spiritual authority, and freedom to be the sovereign ruler of our own self. This does not mean that we have control over the life of others or even the environment around us, but it does give us complete and utter choice to become as spiritually awake, free, and self-determined as we wish to be, as well as providing us with complete choice as to our values and actions. What will they will be in this lifetime? There's no permission required from anyone apart from yourself to be and live your truth. There are many voices that will test you on the journey from illusory shackles of fear, loss, or abandonment that may hold you back or tempt you into giving your power away to others. You shall awaken from the testing into the realization of spiritual independence within. Of course, there's more to spiritual authority than just recognizing that it lies within you. There are times when you must act on it, guard it, and protect it, which means recognizing when others seek to exert influence over you for their own reasons, or when you're being manipulated out of your own authority, becoming blind to your own power of choice, and instead believing that things just are the way that they are, and you cannot question or query. Sometimes during such challenges, to wield the crook and flail to exert one's own spiritual authority requires that you stand your ground and remain true to your knowing. This is not about achieving a certain outcome or attempting to control something or someone or even forcing things to be as you wish they could be. Standing your ground means always telling yourself the truth and not selling out to giving away something that is genuine spiritual truth and meaning for you. It is not about making another see things the same way. It is about honoring your own truth, and if your truth is wise enough to include compassion, then honoring the other, even when the other disagrees with you or seeks to harm you out of their own fear. You do not have to challenge another in order to honor your truths and inner authority. If you feel that has to agree with you in order for your authority to be intact, then it isn't genuine inner authority at all. The fact that you don't need to have the agreement of others in order to live an empowered life can be a liberating realization. Yet there are times when life can feel like an assault against your truths, with many challenging you. For those souls who have come to master spiritual authority this lifetime, there is a test to remain true without becoming dogmatic, to honor what you know is true without minimizing, judging, or dismissing the truths of another that are different to yours, but just as true for themselves. You have the power to create and own your reality, and you don't need permission from anyone else to do this. Honor your spiritual sovereignty. Let the Lady Olset, the Divine Mother, help you find your spiritual authority and freedom of choice now. So truly, much in life to experience, and ultimately complete liberation, complete freedom, proper balance, masculine and feminine, within thyself, of thyself, complete mastery in your own direction, in your own right. And so, as I say all the time, follow that heart of yours. It'll get you where you're going. Oh, Onyx, I'm pretty sure Onyx left already, but I didn't do a reading for Onyx, and I asked a couple times, and maybe you weren't mentioning, maybe you didn't, I didn't respond, I didn't see you. Yeah, I'm looking at the comments right now. Oh, gotcha. Thanks for the update, Jojo. But appreciate that. Hey, hey.
Got it. I got it. I got it. But don't forget to play. Make sure you play them video games. And when I was in school, at the end of the year, and they'd be like, "All right, during the summer, don't be all stuck in the house playing them video games." And I'd be like, "Shit, you don't live in my house."
I go outside and play when I want to. But if I had a new video game or something, I'd be playing that mug, burning that game out, playing it so much.
Yes. Okay.
Mm. I've done certain things in my life, and like one thing I've focused on over the years that I've been working on is taking the pendulum to the next level. And pendulum's like, oh, no, I go. I need to leave it in front of me. There it is.
pendulum is usually hanging off of his chain or something of the sort. And it allows you to give a yes or no question or answer to your question. And then I was like, okay, let me put in different spots rather than just yes or no for left and right. Let me add a different option for over here and a different option for over here. So I started creating different things, and be amazing how specific when I would set a spot up of how that confirmation would happen. And then there was a certain point in my spiritual life. I don't know if it was just the season of openness or what, but maybe I hadn't developed up my defenses enough yet. But there was a certain point of working with my pendulum in which I was getting the wrong answers. Like they were definitely the wrong answers, and I freaking knew it. I'm like, that's interesting. And it was even throwing mixed results, giving good answers and wrong answers. And I'm like, hold up a second. I need to take this to the next level. And there's certain aspects of myself which my hands will naturally be guided to do. And there will be aspects that I will feel as my external environment trying to lead and guide me to do something. And becoming attuned with one's inner senses is a very delicate journey. Because in this world there is a lot of different, but I constantly talk about following thyself and following the heart, and if one is doing that, one's going to know at every juncture that it was correct to go through that or experience that or move away from that. They're going to be able to be guided at every moment and know which decision to make, which is best for themselves. But when we're lost with the ideas and the direction of others, we can be led to experience things that are truly not for us. And that's when things can really get into the questionable, really get into the, oh man, did I go down the right path? Did I do the right thing? That kind of aspect of living, which is not good. That is something to not just avoid, but be precautionary against. It's not what we're looking to happen. It's not what we're designing, walking into, formulating, or anything of the sort. Awareness is the key to eternity. To be aware gives you the options. To have the options lets you make a choice, and to have many choices before you gives you true free will. To only have one choice before you, that's not exactly free will. Free will says, well, I'd rather do this or this or this, but fuck, I'm stuck doing this. I have to do this to get out of that. That's not what I wanted to do. That's a difference. Compulsion. Compulsion changes things. And that's why I've learned if I do request, if I do ask, I, I put no compulsion behind it. Compulsion is not conducive for miracle making. It's pretty interesting. On that level, there's one time I did without other proof. By all means, a dude who was my perceived father throughout my life. We were shoot, I was a young lad. I don't know, 10, 12, 13. I don't know, somewhere around there. We're downtown New York, New York. We're trying to find this building. He's wanted me to be the navigator since the beginning of the trip, and I can't say anything different than what you highlighted. I don't freaking know. I don't know how to.
Yeah, I'm a kid. I'm not a navigator, and he's looking for this place. There's traffic going on. He's getting irritated. I've got the map, and he's like, "Where do I go?" And he literally, and I said, "Turn here." I don't know where the hell we were. I don't know what the heck that map was saying, but he turned on that street, and literally within 2 or 3 blocks, like literally the place we were looking for, that's where it was. And he didn't know where to go. He didn't know where it was. He had no clue. Couldn't see it. So really, throughout my entire life, that's the way it's been. I walked clear across major cities and didn't have a map or anything. I guess I got a little bit off of my path, and one dude, so I was not bumming for rides or nothing. I was walking. I was walking on my journey, and this one dude picks me up and decides to give me a ride and ask where I'm headed. This direction generally. Well, I put you on the best way there, and drove me over and set me on the good path or where I needed to be, and I got. I didn't end up where I was. Well, I did technically. I did end up where I was headed, and it was a beautiful, beautiful reality when that happens. But I remember I had taken this. I had taken the wrong road because I had an idea of where to go, but I didn't know exactly where to go. And I walked. I took the wrong on this major decision off the main freeway. Take this one road off. I think it's the road. It was a whole another road, but it it was on the path of where I was going on the technical. Kind of took a little shortcut, but I didn't mean to take a shortcut. I was trying to take actual road. I wouldn't see it as a shortcut because the same distance is being covered technically. You know, whether you start here and go up or whether you start there and go up. It's the same. Start in the front, whether you go there and go up or whether you start here and go up. Same thing, really. Not really a shortcut, but maybe. Zeno. What is my practice? Uh, well, for one, I don't see it as a practice. I see it as a work, a passion, much more than a practice. I never heard of a painter, Picasso practicing. If he practiced at painting, if he was practicing, he's going to school. But his work is his work. So it's a changing of mind with our verbiage. But ultimately, as I share with everybody, learn from all sources, belong to none. I utilize from Hindu to Buddhist to ancient Japanese, ancient Chinese, Kemetic, different systems. Many of the systems are one and of the same system, and they just got, this one's missing a couple of details, that one's got a couple of details, that one wasn't having it. You put those two together, and I was like, holy crikey, I see how that was a compliment to the whole thing. Because when Atlantis went down, when the old world went down, flooded out, and all that stuff happened, there was a lot of understanding of the body, of the soul, of electricity, all that. There's so much understanding that we had. And I believe that wise individuals of the past somehow, some way survived to some degree. We found some scholars, we found some papers, and that's what comes down to the tarot, the oracle systems, the way the ancients, after the flood, were able to maintain or even come about and maintain what they had built was on that information. And so I don't see any of that information truly separate. Um, it has to be studied separate. It has to be inspected separately. Most definitely, we got to take it apart to see all. We got to need to see all the parts to the whole thing. Though in that same line, in that same direction, being able to see the unity, the complements of how all of these different aspects go together is very important, at least for my sight. And learning how to see all things as complements ultimately to each other rather than just simply opposing. Fish cat, that's amazing. That's awesome. Next week, don't be on a day trip. We'll be visiting an ancient temple and theater. That is really awesome. A fish cat. I would definitely take a quartz crystal, at least one, if not several. Um, because the quartz crystal it'll capture memory and whatnot. So if you have it in your hand, you're close to your body, so it can generate some heat. It'll be rather active and able to absorb more quickly or whatnot. Um, when I go to a temple, I'm in observe mode. I'm taking everything in. The temple that you're going to, is it active? Do you know if it's active? If people are doing ceremonies there, or is it more of a one that's inactive? Just the building, the structure's still there. Who knows? And then um, like, okay, I don't want to tell you not to have memories and take pictures or whatever, but just for myself, like, for myself, when I went to the temple, I didn't take my camera until like maybe the second month or something, maybe somewhere around that mark of going pretty regularly, because I wanted to take it in. I didn't just want to take pictures. I didn't just want a physical memory. I wanted to absorb. I wanted to hear them speaking the language. I wanted to observe what they were doing in their ceremonies to the best of my ability, and I didn't want anything to disturb that. Yeah, this device can record a lot of information, and again, I'm not saying not to take pictures or video or whatever if they allow it. Some may not allow it, some do, whatever the case, however their standards are, whatever comfort, whatever. I've seen people, I've been in temples that said don't take pictures of this portion, and people walk right up and take a picture of it, and I'm like right next to the sign that says don't do it, and I'm like, whatever. But it's each their own, and as each one does. But just for me, I focus. I'm highlighting to bring out if there's any ceremonies or anything actively going on really take that in of what they're doing, really as much as you do, how you do for how you do. Um, Take that in, and because for me, that's where I learned how to do magic. That's like I did the tarot and the oracle thing before I started working that myself, but I didn't like candles. I didn't do incense. I didn't do none of that stuff. I didn't have an altar. I didn't have all these bracelets on me. And nothing like that. But when I went to temple, like, oh, there's reasons for a bracelet. There's a lot more reasons than decoration. It ain't just for fucking. It ain't just for show. It ain't just for show. No, no. And I found the meanings. There's people with thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people doing this. Believe this. We've been doing it for thousands of years. Shit. Talk about a bandwagon. I'll jump on that one rather than something. I don't know. But like I said, I don't prescribe to only one system or only one way, but I put everything together, and I saw how they were making the life. They were living it to the best of their regard and the best of their ability, and they still are. But for my own journey, I gotta plug in what I've been looking for, and I gotta keep following my journey where that goes. Just learning how to be okay with goodbyes, man. That's a hard thing right there. But for me, those goodbyes turn into forever moments. They're forever connections. Because just because they're not physically here doesn't mean I don't feel their soul. I don't feel their heart. And for those that I appreciated, love, have a connection with, family, friend, and that's really a forever connection. And that's the kind of thing you still look for to find in this life. That's somebody asked a while ago, they're like, what do you get out of all this? And for me, it's always looking and finding that person, that individual, whoever it may be, that connects just for a moment. I mentioned it earlier, and I'm gonna bring it back. And the little things, they focus in on those little things. They really bring a lot of happiness into this miserable old world. Everybody got something to be sad about. Well, I'm going to create something to be happy about. And if other people like it too, well, then great. I hope they do their own thing. We need a much more active world rather than everybody on the sidelines just, okay, they gonna lead the way, I'll just follow. We got a world full of followers and a few leaders. Let's flip the script, be a bunch of leaders, and fucking lead this entire world into the heavenly place that we know it can be. Teach their own for their own ability. We've changed the past. We have a new future. I mean, hell, look a few years, what, 1900s, practically barely any technology, and now we got these things we can live stream and just hit record, and now you're live around the world. Just my brain goes blank when I say imagine what the next what the Earth will look like in 5 years. I don't know. It's gonna look a little the same. It's gonna look a lot different too. I know that much. I'm pretty sure we'll still be here. I'm not worried about humans getting knocked off the food chain. Somehow we keep surviving. I'll tell you, this doesn't happen anymore, but this happened as far as dreams go. But this did happen to me in the past quite a bit, and I would have the most horrendous, horrific dreams. You would call them a nightmare, just memories from another life, whatever. And I would have these memories, these dreams, and I'd wake up and be like, whew, because no matter if it was good or bad, whatever I whatever I experienced over there didn't happen over here. So I'm like, whew, I felt that shit like it was real. I went through it. I remember going in at the bottom end in the building, got up there, and I remember that. I still remember the visuals of going through the rooms, and the plexiglass here and there, around there, and the person there in the office there. Like, I remember all like it fucking was like I was really there. I remember that shit like a real memory. It was not good. It was a stressful situation. Goddamn. I'm pretty sure we got out at the end. I'm pretty sure. Anyways, but I woke up and I'm like, whew, we good. We good. So to me, no dream is a nightmare because they don't follow me. Um, so at least for myself, everybody has different memories, different dreams, different. Some people, they doing the astral traveling and all of that on purpose. And I knew one guy, and I won't go into detail, but let's just say they see in their dreams in real life. Well, okay, we there's some else going down here. You receiving some, you seeing some. There's more going in work. Let's start working in this field. Let's start connecting some dots, seeing what we got going on, and now you're gonna have some skills, some abilities, some real power of influence in this world as a independent, sovereign being. And I don't use the word sovereign as sovereign is sovereign as a sovereign being, man. Able to exercise what they want to create and what they want to do with what they can. And that brings me back around to kind of that old rhetoric, though. Uh, my environment, am I taking something in? Am I around something? Is the influence around me encouraging me or discouraging me? I could be real geared up to do something, and every single day I'm geared up to do it. I'm geared up to do it. I'm geared up to do it. I go around the wrong person, and then I don't feel like doing it. I go into the wrong environment, and then I don't feel like doing it. I stay in my environment. I don't go. I don't leave. I don't open the fucking door. I feel geared up to do what I do. I turn on the freaking laptop. I start doing what I want to do, and holy shit, I got it done. It took me 5 hours, but I didn't get out that seat by choice. By willing, you just to be kind, to be to do, take care of my body, do what I need to do. Ah, yeah, I kept working for 5 hours till that mug was done. Boom. I figured out why I couldn't get it because there was other energies disrupting my flow. That tells me everything. I didn't need a word. I didn't need an argument. I don't need a postcard. I got the fucking memo. I got the goddamn cards and I got the goddamn experience to match them. I can move forward in my life. Thank you. Enjoy your life for what it is. Make your mistakes. I don't care, but it's time for me to paddle on past that riptide. You know what I'm saying? A riptide, if you're not aware, riptide gets you caught under the water. And it's continual. It's going underwater. It could be a stream underwater, and it's a river going underwater. It keeps you stuck. A riptide's gonna keep you stuck underwater. You can't get up. You can't get any air. You can't see what's going on. Stay down too long, you're gonna lose yourself. I know a riptide's in the ocean for sure. That's that like little current of water under the ocean. There's something in a river that I was thinking about, but I don't know the technical name. Maybe it's an undercurrent, but it's on class 5 rivers if you're familiar with the canoeing and grading and whatnot of a river. But they have this portion, it's usually like over a little waterfall or something of the sort, and the water comes and it creates this circular portion underneath. And so usually a class 5 will have one of those within it, if I'm not mistaken. And so if you get caught within that, your fucking life's gone if you don't know how to get out of it. And it's not exactly easy to get out of that either. So, and but that's just circular in place. That's not a tide, and it's not moving. It's just well, it's moving, but in its local spot. You get it. Thanks. There was a question about my bracelets earlier. Um, but most of my bracelets, except for the metal ones and the bells, uh, most of my bracelets here, maybe except one of them, were originally necklaces. And I used to have a different kind of format, but this one went into the way it did. And I've got on a, for me, I've had this portion of my arm covered a lot. Um, I don't know, this portion of my forearm's always been important to me. And I don't do it anymore, but in the past I get really angry or whatever. I wouldn't want to hurt anything or break anything. So I'm from Texas. We got plenty of oak trees down there, and so I'd go find a thick ass oak tree, and I'd take my stance and I'd take my forearms, and I would literally fucking swing off full force on that fucking tree, man. I mean, I was drive that bitch hard as I could with all my anger, but when I went a little too low or when I went a little too high, I stopped because I lost control. I wanted to get it out of me, and bone hardening or whatever, however one might see it. That's I had that kind of mindset in there as well, and so then in life I just would naturally like rap or whatever. If I'm going to something's gonna happen, it's gonna be around this area, and then I got like a little flare scar down here. I don't know if you can see it in the light or whatever, but I got a bigger scar under here, and essentially, literally right under my arm, right where you would like could bleed out. Essentially, I never cut myself, but I had this really thick hemp necklace I made, and I wound up tying it. I think it went 4 times over, so it extended about that much. And I was in a car accident. I was not driving. I was in the back seat. I had a ceramic mug, and it fell and it broke. As a bear. It had a bear on it. It fell and it broke, and the shards came up, and literally right where the bracelet ended is where the initial cut happened. And if I didn't have that hemp bracelet on, then the initial contact would could have very easily fucking like ended my life. Because it goes all the way up my arm from down here. I think I have a spot up here somewhere. Anyways, so it's pretty serious. It's kind of funny as well because the person I was with, like relationship with and with in the back seat, um, I helped get her out of the vehicle after the accident, and she wasn't bleeding.
but I was. And since I helped her, my blood was all over her. And it was dark at nighttime, and I couldn't feel shit, and I didn't notice anything. I didn't know. I didn't know. I, and I just paid attention, get the shit out the car and fucking get to a safe spot. Don't get fucking hit in the middle of the freeway, kind of a thing, you know. And so when the ambulance got there, they were looking all up at her, up and down, and they ignored the shit out of me. I was just standing on the side, literally just fucking bleeding, just. I didn't know I was bleeding. They were like, "Where's all this blood coming from?" It's from me. Oh, it's kind of. I don't know if it's sad or funny that I put so much comedy, so much laughter on such tragic moments. But like to know, like you survived through that, to finally be able to laugh at it. You know how long you were angry at something for, right? How much it fucked up your life, how much you were upset about it. Well, if you really keep thinking about it long enough, the tragedy transforms into a comedy. Your mind has the power to do that. Your heart, it can learn the lesson. It ain't gonna shatter. Don't worry. You got this one. You didn't put your heart in any bad hands. You're taking care of this journey. It's gonna learn a thing or two. And when you look back at those memories, you'll laugh. And if you cry, they're gonna be tears of joy because you would have appreciated a moment that, man, shit, that dude hates me. I know he hates me for no shadow of a doubt. The dude, he has it out for me. But you know what? There was a moment, um, like best friends, like fucking awesome best friend moment, irreplaceable. Never had that experience, never. But that was just fucking awesome. And so like I can see that. I can look through the dark and know that we had a moment where shit was real. Where like family was family and like I don't give a fuck how he remembers the memory right now. I see gold in my past and that's all I'm looking at. So if I see somebody in the future from my past, I got goodness for them. I'm not thinking about the bad. I'm not thinking about the hurt. I'm not thinking about the pain. I know a motherfucker that hurt me, and they ain't going to get that close to do it. Hell nah. But I could be enough to be kind and wish them good and even help them fucking do something they need help with. All the goodness in the world, bro. I want you to succeed. Whatever your journey is, I want you to succeed. It's not gonna look like what I do. It's not gonna smell like what I do. It's not gonna have the same flavor. Your sauce is your sauce. I got my own recipe over here. I share lots from my recipes. And together we can make this a darn delicious world, I tell you what. I love you. I love you. I thank you for being you. You're special. You're something unique. You are. Whatever it is you see and what you don't see, maybe you should look in the mirror a little bit longer. Ooh, 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 ooh. I got something for you. I thought about this last night, and I'm surprised I even remember it. I've had people on here even yesterday, and they're like, "Yo,
I'm a troll. I'm just trolling. That's what I do. And I'm like, yeah, I know who you are, and thank you for being. No, I don't think I'd. I said thank you for being honest about that. I can let those comments go. All right, sure. You can be upfront with who you are. Okay, I can work with that. I know my boundaries. I know what you're gonna do. I know not to expect certain things from you. Like pretty simple. Pretty simple. Especially for people who have that kind of itch in life, though to everybody, but especially to those ones. If you fall into that category at all, it's okay. Not judging, but if you do, I got one thing for you. If you take it, if you accept this mission, give yourself 3 compliments every day for yourself. One in the morning, one in the midday. I don't mean to do the middle finger. One in the midday, and one in the evening. Just give yourself a compliment. Be anything, anything good, anything just for yourself. Just not for anybody else, but for you. Look in the mirror and give yourself a compliment. You deserve it. You do. You do. Because nobody else has been giving you a compliment. No one else has. And I have learned in this world most times we got to pick ourselves up. Ain't no nobody's gonna do it. People could try to. Yeah, they could try to pick you up. They just gonna slump right back to the ground and be right back where they were. And so that takes personal effort. And a few little good compliments a day, that's big for the heart, that's big for the mind. That's a hard pill to swallow, but you're the one who can make it happen. And it'll change things for you for the better. It really will. If you want to. You don't have to. But to anybody and everybody, it's also good to do. It is. It's definitely good to do. Myself, I don't necessarily go around giving myself compliments, but I do act like a little kid. Like, rah, 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 rah. I just play around like I'm 5. I don't care. I'm just gonna have fun. I'm just being me. I've done the transforming. I got where I want to be. I got my brain right next to a happy spot. And earlier there was a comment somewhere in the chat. Someone had made the comment, and they said that they said, why can't I find people like this? They were chatting with people in the comments, so it might not even been talking about myself, but I'm throwing myself in there too, with everybody else. So why can't I find people like this in the real world? Uh, these days are going to change. These years are going to change. Perhaps in the next couple of years, you run into more people of this sort because people have been more encouraged, because people have been doing their own thing and encouraging other people, and maybe we were able to find each other a little bit easier. I found that my style of clothing is an expression that I get to choose to do. Other people are going to have different ideas, different opinions. Other people are going to ask. I don't need to have an answer for every question. I don't need to have to think about that Johnny on the spot. Let me pull out my notes. You know how many papers I got on notes? You know how many books I got? I'm going to reference and come up and, well, okay, for this and that and that. Nah, man. That's not how my brain works at all. My heart runs it. My heart runs all of that. It's moves me there, moves me there. Ooh, on the heart thing. So I was watching a program with a buddy the other day. It's a movie, and watching it on a streaming service. And I said, I said they took parts out of this. I made some comment alluding to the fact that there were some scenes that weren't there, and I couldn't identify them. But I was like, I said something to it, and then I left, and they kept watching the movie, and because of what I said, they paid attention to. They were paying closer attention, and then at one part, the whole movie literally they left out a huge section of it and just jumped to the next scene, and he was like, and so something that my heart sensed, my mouth spoke upon without factual understanding cognitively in my brain. I understand that there's a direct link from my heart to my mouth. My brain is the third thing kicking around back here trying to change shit that already came out. Trying to make it to where other people can understand or accept or a million different reasons. But I can understand from my own being when I feel something, when I sense something, when I notice something's off, I'll my mouth because the brain's going to start paying attention now. And now that the brain's paying attention, ooh, saw it, confirmation, affirmation. Yep, we're going to move on from that one. life, life at first, and for most, truly for most, a few get a life without tragedy in the beginning. A few. Most, we get the tragedy right there at the beginning. And then we're told we're not good enough. We need to change. We need to become something else. Other people's dreams that they didn't pursue wind up landing on our plate. There's a fine balance there because as I've worked with the ancestors and the spirits, the deceased, and on, there is, that's a big work, taking care of things that they needed to do. It's not that they wasted their life, they just focused on something else the whole time and they left that important thing out. So when it comes for me to help somebody, I really want to identify that it is that most important thing we need to knock out with their life that I'm going to help them with. Everything else is their own personal pursuit. Everything else, that's their goals and dreams. And hey, maybe mine line up with that and we can build something together, or whatever the case, have some good things come together. But in the day to day, in the grind and thick, what I need to pay attention to the most, what I need, what I desire to have the greatest impact to, to influence for the better, whatever can happen for the better, that's what I'm after, that's what I'm seeking. And there's more of us doing that in the world. There's a lot of us doing that in the world. And this is the reality of even this program, this channel, however you want to put it, show, whatever. I like calling it a magic show. I did. It kind of sounds corny, but I kind of liked it. Somebody, anyways. Um, dude, I say magic show and I see Bozo the Cloud and other things. But I know I'm talking about the real shit. Like, I'm seeing something, I'm thinking a complete different thought. Oh. If you could reconcile two massively opposing things, it becomes very, very funny. And that's why sometimes I've seen people and This can happen. It depends upon the person. Though it's not across the board. But I've certainly been in situations in public where I just start laughing and giggling to myself, and I ain't talking to nobody or anything. And it's because a moment like that just happened, and I've seen other people do that too, and I can definitely connect. Not everybody's truly there, but some are. Many are. And it's reconciling these opposites, these opposing ideals. It's reconciling them into complementary portions, and that's what allows us to navigate our future no matter where we are. That's truly a alchemical, magical secret that if one does learn to apply it correctly to anything and everything, if they learn it truly, life no longer has the massive ups and downs that it once did. Because once something is imbalanced, you're going to say, there's opposites that are not properly put together. Let's see how this works. And then we're going to be proactive on studying something. And a scientist, in the process of studying something, hey, we're going to get results that weren't right, or go through a process, or this or that, and we got to redo it, and da 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 da. We got to work with it until we see it for what it is. And once we get our proper results, and we know everything went through, yep, just double check our math, yep, all that went. All right, well, that's what we're working with now. And now we're open to life. Now we can actually work with it rather than it interrupting or disrupting our life, our own goals, our own plans and desires of life. And it's the biggest. I'm very appreciative to learn that people are very capable of accomplishing their dreams, at creating, at designing, at whatever it is they want to do. The thing that gets in the way is bad energy. Energy of someone else, misdirection, throwing you off your own rhythm. It's the distractive energy. But once you get into a rhythm of safe energy and nothing's harming you, no interference, man. I seen kids do things smarter, wiser, better than someone who's been around for ages. And that can be reached at any age. One is capable of that at any age, young or old, physically. And to me, that's what this world's really about, is helping each other find that aspect of themselves. Because when you do, somebody asked earlier in the chat log, does anybody like have a viable idea of what their purpose is in life? It's to learn. It's follow your heart. That heart, that heart is like a flower. And at first, man, that thing's all kind of like a seed, all kind of. But then once it grows and forms, and the sun hits it, the chakras get active, all that kicks in, and now it just unfurls. And you are a creator. You are meant to create. What you create, that's up to you. You get to choose that. You can choose what you create. Do you create a space where other people can heal themselves, a safe, good space? Do you create that environment? Or maybe you do something else. Maybe you like working with wood. Maybe your fancy is in technology and computers, video game design, whatever. When I find something I like in life, I'll tend to want to learn how to do it. And when I learn how to do it, I'm going to get into the minutia. I'm going to get into the core so I can make it myself. And if that's something that I can understand, I can process, I can work with, well then boom, I'm going to keep working with it. But if it's something that, oh my gosh, it just ain't sinking in. I mean, I've done all my proper memorization techniques. I've applied it. I've used it. I've done this. I've studied it. And it's still just not clicking for me. It's just not something for me. I gave it a good go. I gave it a good try. I'm gonna enjoy what I enjoy, but that's not something I create. What do I create? Let me try something else that I enjoy. Because what you enjoy is gonna draw you towards that creative aspect of yourself. It's gonna help you understand something of a past life, a soul memory. It's going to help you be able to connect with that creator aspect of yourself. And that's why you're having a connection with that interest, whatever it may be. The school of life, not school like we may think of it, but life as a school itself is different for everybody. People are going to get lessons earlier. Some people get that same lesson when they're older. It just depends when things come in and things play of whatever their course and what their journey was, their process of taking in. But one thing I do believe that we should all be able to learn is how to navigate our own self. And that means our mind, body, and soul, our heart, our emotions, that energy and motion, being able to properly navigate that into the physical realm is something we should be aware of. And generally speaking, what happens in life? We chase the good, we work for the better, and then somebody is aware of something we're not. We get taken advantage of, and that's when life winds up changing. We become aware that there's people with ill intentions in this world while we have good intentions. I imagine somebody asking, hmm, what is my purpose? I wonder what my purpose is. I'm sure they're thinking something as to the category of life. I hope they're thinking towards the category of life, whatever the purpose falls into. It's a positive one. And so that comes into following your heart and where that gives you life, joy, innocence, not false joy, not temporary false satisfaction in the moment. Paid money, got this, got that. Oh, and it's not the new shiny thing anymore. I'm moving on to the next thing. Now, I'm not talking about that at all. Oh, what? Oh no, yeah. We did start on time this morning, but something happened. I don't know. I turned around, I did a couple of things, and then the turned around and the phone was off. This is the live is not going on anymore, so we end up coming back live about 5 minutes after the fact. And so that explains a little bit extra. But though, if for those present, we do go live at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time by about 5:15, if not closer to 5. We're going over blessings in a multitude of languages, and that lasts for about an hour and a half or so. And then we get into tarot, oracle, or discussion, or whatever it is, bringing the camaraderie together, building the energy up for another positive day. So much love, many blessings. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your comments. For anybody that perhaps maybe wanted to communicate a comment or anything like that,
that I didn't see or reply to, there's my email if you do want to reach out. That's in the chat there. And there's one more thing. Let's see if I can remember it. Um, oh, um, on the subject of dreams, if you have dreams and you're seeking for understanding to it, like there was a comment earlier, it was talking, he said, I have a lot of dreams. They're like, I don't, it might have been a different word. They're like weird dreams, just of other kinds, are so all kind of scattered or something. I'm saying the wrong words, I know I am. So one may, and like I related earlier, one may just have dreams, and that's just sad, nothing big or important. But there are dreams where we feel emotionally, we feel physically present for it, we feel alive and there. And if you've had a dream like this and you're seeking understanding to it, please feel free to send me an email. I just put my email in the chat log, so it's right there a little bit if you want, etc@yahoo.com. It's pretty simple, and I'll be happy to respond to that. I also do have my book, which a lot of stuff has helped me accomplish what I've gone to. The blueprint essentially is developed into a language. It's not a language of hello or goodbye or anything like that, but of shamanic experiences that have emotional attachments to them, to these realities and these lessons that we go through in life. And that's my book. It is published on Amazon.com, but again, you can send me an email at cetra@yahoo.com. I'll be more than happy to send you a free PDF copy. And so, thank you for being here and thank you for hanging out. We'll be live again tomorrow from 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be -4 GMT if you're in another part of the world, till 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And much love, many blessings. Donna Dekawai, until we see you tomorrow morning. Take care and be sure to laugh and give yourself a few good compliments, alright? Do that one. Do that one. Don't forget that one.